D'accord, à bientôt.
ايوه هناك تعال. morning,
Good
Bati.
morning, ma'am.
How are you?
How are you
Morning.
doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, you?
Good, good. I hope your night was good.
Absolutely.
Let me first try to go and fix my return ticket.
Okay.
It was cancelled.
Oh no. Good luck.
J'ai pas compris ce qu'elle a dit, mais j'ai dit oui.
Elle dit qu'elle souhaite échanger avec toi sur, sur la thématique du changement du climat.
Pas de problème.
قالوا لي هو طبيعي عادي انه لسه بيبقى فيه. هو راح يعمل شيك على راح يشيك على الاسم وهيرد عليا يعني. بس يقول لي لا اشوفه. طيب خلاص. قلت له على سيد مختار، بس كنا عايزين يعرفوا الاسم بالظبط. هو ما كانش موجود معايا، قال لي مش عارف في حد نده عليه هو راح. فهرجع لهم تاني. قلت له خلاص انا هرجع لك تاني على البريك عشان تكون شيكت وشفت كويس ايه اللي حصل.
تصدق الحين جاء في بالي شيء. ودك يعني، بس هذه لازم يكون عمل يمكن يفيدونا فيها 8. واحد سعودي يمشي بدولة أجنبية ويسأل إنه وش رأيك بالثوب وشمال؟ إيش جالس يعطيك انطباع؟ زي الحين هو قال
2007
والله حلو. لا الحين بعد ملبسه كريستيانو، بعد ما صار في يعني أول قبل شوي حتى كنت أبغى أقول ابتسام في السيارة تقول إنه ارتبط بالإرهاب، الحين لا ارتبط خلاص بشيء مرة تو إليجنت يعني. هي
ولا يمنع انها موجوده ان ما نسويها الحين، بالعكس.
صح. أهلا صباح النور، كيفك؟
بس عشان احجز.
هلا
انا حاطه
والله خليك هنا، الله يسعدك يا رب.
ان الجميل في الموضوع
في دول تصدقين والله تركت خلاص، ما عاد هي بجايه.
ايوه والظاهر they're closing up اليوم.
اوكي يعني بكره ما في، يا ليت والله. طب والمحاضرات اللي بكره على اساس
they're
بيسوونها؟
negotiating. ما في بكره، اليوم اخر يوم فعاليات مصاحبه. حتى في الاجنده اليوم اخر يوم، فقالوا حتى لو دخلونا الساعه 6 بس نخلص اليوم، فشكلهم حيضغطوا جدا.
يا ليت والله اتس جود نيوز الصراحه. احنا ما ودنا اصلا نجي بكره، خلاص نبغى نعمل شوبينج، نبغى نرتاح قبل لا نرجع.
بعد بكره صح؟
اي بعد بكره، اي بعد بكره خلاص يعني الظهر احنا طالعين ان شاء الله بيصير شهر.
شو تشاو
هذا ورد طايفي؟
عمو да. Если у них там чьи-то вообще, ну, русские уже есть, не могут. Просто они присоединяются к существующим номерам. подарочек.
وعرف وين ننقي 50 مرة.
ندعم.
ايش هو؟
Комплекс хочу использовать. Потому что на нем есть чашки.
Baishapa Ipona o Ipona Interei. Buenos días.
Good morning.
En Viapó vamos a dar inicio.
We are going to begin today's session. I hope that you had a nice, calm evening and went to one of the wonderful side events that have been prepared by national delegations alongside the Culture Department, Secretariat, Foreign Ministries that have supported side events, and the Tourism Ministry. I hope that you enjoyed all of that. Now, before we get started, the Bureau met this morning to discuss several points, including the timetable of the committee. Now, we advanced at a good pace yesterday. We completed items 7, 8 and 9 this morning. We hope to complete items 10, 11 and 12 before opening item 11 in order to elect the evaluation body for 2025. Now, item 14 is an essential item, essential to the functioning of the convention. So I will suspend other points in order to carry out this election if debates go on for too long. Now, after the voting, I will suspend item 14 for lunch, and then we will announce the results and adopt the decision accordingly. Then we'll move on to items 13 and 15 before closing today's session. Now, dear colleagues, I do believe that if we work hard, we may be able to complete all remaining items for today, which means we would end the 19th session today. So I therefore would ask that your statements be short and concise, and that you focus on the main points. Now, before moving on to today's agenda, now we finished item yesterday and looked at all the nomination files, but Greece has requested to make a short declaration on an element that was in script on the representative list yesterday, so making and playing of traditional bagpipe making and performing, presented by North Macedonia and Turkey. So I will now hand the floor briefly to Greece.
The delegation of Greece would like to inform that it has sent to the Secretariat a letter related to the statement by the delegate of the Republic of North Macedonia following the inscription based on the file 19-COM-7B52, and we have asked the Secretariat to include the letter in the summary records of the meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to Greece. Now we are ready to begin our agenda for today on item 10, so broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention. Madam Secretary, you have the floor to present this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you, dear members of the committee and observers. Item 10 is a very important item for the future of the Convention. The working document outlines the progress made by the Secretariat and others since the previous session of the committee with regards a broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention. This actually concerns one of the outcomes of the global reflection on the listing mechanism of the Convention, which took place between 2018 and 2022, which initiated a separate reflection which aims at exploring the full potential of Article 18 of the Convention. So with the support of the Kingdom of Sweden, a Category 6 expert meeting was organized, followed by an open-ended intergovernmental working group in 2023 to discuss the topics under the reflection. The resulting recommendations of the working group were then endorsed by the committee last year in Botswana, as you can see in the decision 18-11. So to put it in a summary form, the endorsed recommendations included proposed amendments to the operational directives in view of simplifying the selection criteria for the register, which were then adopted by the 10th session of the General Assembly. Also, the recommendations endorsed by the committee advocated for the establishment of an online platform for sharing good safeguarding experiences. It is basically to bring to the fore the voices and aspirations of the communities around the world. And it is hoped that the creation of this digital space will open new horizons for communities, states, and other stakeholders to exchange their views and experiences regarding safeguarding needs, approaches, and methodologies through communication channels that have the potential to foster active participation and mutual learning. I would like to give the floor to a member of my team, Leandro, to explain a little bit more in details about the development that has taken place towards the establishment of this online platform. Leandro, please go ahead.
Thank you, Fumiko. Well, considering the step-by-step approach for the establishment of the online platform advocated by the committee at its previous session, the Secretariat has undertaken a series of activities during 2024 to pave the way towards the future operationalization of the platform. A desk review to identify existing online databases for the sharing of good practices, whether in the field of living heritage or other UNESCO programs, was undertaken. Preliminary findings are summarized in Annex 1 of Document 10. In parallel, a group of good safeguarding experiences to be featured on the future platform is underway. To do so, the Secretariat is gathering examples from the successful implementation of the international cooperation mechanisms of the Convention. These are sourced from projects and programs already selected to the register, safeguarding plans of elements inscribed on the urgent safeguarding list, implementation reports and evaluation of international systems projects, and periodic reports from states parties. Given the diversity of data and the broad range of safeguarding experiences, a methodology is being developed to standardize data collection and presentation. The goal is to ensure that each mapped safeguarding experience could be easily searchable and shareable, using a variety of identification tags and providing on-the-ground contact information. Such tags include but are not limited to safeguarding needs and approaches, context of implementation, relevant domains of intangible cultural heritage, existing threats, connections to sustainable development, UNESCO initiatives and priorities, and etc. The mapping methodology will also define a protocol for fact-checking with the stakeholders and communities concerned in order to ensure the full respect for the ethical principles for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, with specific reference to the principle of free, prior, sustained, and informed consent. As a concrete outcome, a fourth set of good safeguarding experiences mapped are now displayed in the web page of the Convention, as you can see on the screens. On the top of the front page of this new web page, the identification tags that were just mentioned are displayed. Scrolling down, a handful of pilot experience mapped are displayed. Each blue square leading to the individual page of a given experience, as we can see on the screens. If you take, for instance, one of those, the experience of safeguarding the Pasto Varnish Mopa Mopa in Colombia, we can see on the top a summary of this experience, followed by photos, quotes from the beneficiary communities and other stakeholders involved in the safeguarding. Those are complemented by explanatory texts presenting the specific needs and approaches addressed by this safeguarding experience. At the bottom, contact information is provided to facilitate sharing and networking with the relevant organizations. And additionally, resources and books and videos and relevant links are included for further learning. The plan is that as we move forward with the development of the new standalone platform, this website-based information will evolve and be transferred to the new platform. We also would like to report that in addition to this pilot mapping, the Secretariat is also launching a call for expression of interest to identify qualified companies or production studios to develop the public-facing interactive new platform. The selected company will be tasked with ensuring the long-term sustainability of the new platform by advising UNESCO on emerging digital technologies, establishing a functional back-end, and developing an action plan for the knowledge and asset transfer to the organization. The proposal is that a demo version of the platform be launched in 2025 to showcase on an experimental basis the pilot group of good safeguarding experience mapped. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leandro. I just want to add a few words to say that moving forward, I would like to draw your attention to section B of document 10, which details the upcoming steps for advancing the reflection and in particular the development of the platform. This section is intended to be read alongside with Annex 2 of Document 10, which also presents a roadmap of these envisioned plans. And more specifically, the plan then includes, for example, the formation of an advisory group, which is based on the recommendations of the experts working group as endorsed by the committee. And in next year, I think will be a key year for the development of the platform, because then the IT development will also take place. Transfer of the initial set of mapping exercise from the convention's website that you have just seen will normally take place. Then we would be able to test the platform with the advice of the advisory groups. And we hope that progress on these activities could then be reported to the examination by the 20th session of the committee next year. And hopefully then after 18 months of the different activities, then we hope that the fully operational platform can be presented during the 11th session of the General Assembly in 2026. At this stage, I also would like to highlight that the continued development of the Convention's knowledge management service will require quite a large source of funding and also the management of different resources, which is very important. And in this sense, you would see under item 12, which has been revised to reflect the expression of support received from the Kingdom of the Netherlands, for which we are very, very grateful. And we are also in discussion with other donors who are also interested to support this initiative. The Secretariat welcomes such support. I think I will just stop here and then see if there will be any questions from the floor, but I would like to emphasize the fact that for the Secretariat, this is the initiative really for the future of the Convention, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, and this is something that we felt while preparing the demo version of the online platform, allowing us to go a step forward in analyzing different safeguarding approaches. And we ourselves were quite surprised with the different, very pertinent safeguarding experiences that are being shared at different levels. And we are keenly looking forward to be able to provide the online platform for every...
Reflecting the principles of the Convention. Now, I will open the floor. If there are any comments or requests for the floor at this stage. Spain, you have the floor. Good morning. Thank you, Chair, for handing me the floor. Indeed, Spain would like to thank the Secretariat too for the efforts made in creating this platform for showcasing the good safeguarding practices for ICH. We believe that this is the list that best reflects the principles of the Convention. We support the proposed measures that were the fruit of the expert group meetings that worked hard to create this standalone platform because it is now operational. It is a way of sharing in a democratic way, safeguarding experiences with other communities and countries. We believe that the creation of this broader mechanism for sharing good safeguarding practices has a community dimension, and it will support states parties to join and share successful practices which will contribute to safeguarding ICH more broadly. We, Spain, encourage our communities consistently to share their experiences and to share data on experiences and challenges for the future, and that is exactly what we are trying to achieve. Thank you very much for the efforts made by the Secretariat, and we would urge you to continue down the same path. Thank you. Thank you to Spain. Barbados, you have the floor.
Good morning. Barbados has given particular attention to the need for the creation of a moderated online platform for sharing good safeguarding practices as being essential for fully operationalizing Article 18. We had long envisaged the need for such a space to enable communities and other stakeholders to exchange and to engage and to ensure communication while seeking collaboration. We are therefore pleased to see that the design and development of the platform for sharing best practices is understood to be critical to the success of this initiative, which ensures that the aspirations and the needs of local communities are at the forefront of our safeguarding strategies. This will help to align our efforts with core principles and objectives of the 2003 Convention, reinforcing the relevance and sustainability of our shared cultural heritage. Through this initiative, we do not only strengthen the legitimacy of intangible cultural heritage, but also foster a more inclusive and holistic approach to its safeguarding. We are confident that as the platform evolves, it will have a positive, dynamic, and far-reaching impact on safeguarding practices globally, helping us address both local and global challenges more effectively. We look forward to the continued growth of the platform as an engaging participatory forum, encouraging the valuable contributions it will make to intangible culture worldwide. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to Barbados. Burkina Faso, you have the floor. Excellency, Madam Chair, Burkina Faso appreciates and commends the progress made in the reflection on the broader implementation of Article 18 and commends the results achieved by the working group that was tasked with this. Now, a digital platform is an essential step to take account of AI within our convention. The idea is that this new platform will provide a digital space for communities and stakeholders to communicate, to share, and to build capacities in terms of methodologies and approaches to safeguarding. Burkina Faso would like to insist on the fact that we need to effectively take account of all communities, no matter where they are, and in particular in Africa, where they are faced with a digital divide. This requires awareness raised among all states parties to better involve said communities in processes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I would like to hand the floor to Haiti. Thank you, Chair. Haiti thanks and commends the Secretariat for this detailed report and for the remarkable process achieved in the broad implementation of Article 18. We particularly commend the online platform initiative in order to share best safeguarding practices that has the possibility to improve safeguarding methodologies around the world. We'd like to highlight the importance of safeguarding practices, and this mechanism will be key, especially for developing countries and least developed countries, as a catalyst to meeting other SDG goals. By showcasing best practices, it can contribute to sustainable farming, gender equality, fair economic opportunities, and resilience in the face of climate change. This platform is also an opportunity for communities, a unique opportunity to share experiences and also to strengthen their capacities and to engage in a global dialogue on safeguarding practices. That said, we'd also like to highlight the importance of ensuring that this platform be fully accessible to all states parties, and in particular to those that have limited resources and to most remote communities. We would like to urge the Secretariat to ensure that a full diversity of practices are represented. Strategies must be implemented to ensure inclusiveness and that there be accessible and effective training sessions be organised to ensure participation of all communities. All voices and all practices must be equitably represented and showcased. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Haiti. Now I'd like to hand the floor to Slovakia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With continuing joy over all the inscriptions added to the UNESCO list, including the selection of activities in the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, which directly relates to Article 18 and now includes a Slovak proposal, we are pleased with the progress achieved on this topic. The journey to this moment has been very fruitful and interesting, but there is still a significant amount of work ahead of us. Slovakia is fully prepared to be part of the process that can contribute to reaching the goal. And until the platform comes fully into function, which in our opinion means the future of the operationalization of Article 18, we'd like to share an idea concerning the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, a proposal considering creating the mechanism of extending the proposal for good safeguarding practices in a similar way how it was done for the representative list, to enable more state parties and communities to join the proposal in the future, because noticing the ongoing underutilization of the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, and to ensure the equitable geographical and thematic representation, as well as promoting diverse stakeholders' active involvement. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to Slovakia. Now I'll hand the floor to the UK.
Tiene problemas con su micrófono.
I see that there are some problems with the microphone. Could we provide assistance from the technical team? Go ahead.
We congratulate the progress made on the ongoing reflection of Article 18 and welcome the development of the online platform for sharing good safeguarding practices. The UK is keen to support the establishment of the future advisory group to ensure the platform can be as inclusive and as accessible as possible. We look forward to sharing the good practices embodied by our accredited NGOs and a diverse range of communities from all parts of the UK. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the United Kingdom. I also appreciate how short your statement was. Now, Belgium, you have the floor.
The Belgian delegation warmly welcomes the efforts of the Secretariat and the Intergovernmental Committee for the broader implementation of Article 18, including a focus on the establishment of an online platform for sharing good safeguarding experiences. This is very promising, and we do look out to hear more about the progress in the following months and the next session of the Intergovernmental Committee. Here we would like to point at a number of other suggestions made last year by the expert group, as expressed in point 3, 4 and 5 of the document LHE 23 Exp Art 18/4, presented as an annex in the previous meeting of the Intergovernmental Committee. Point 3 of that document spelled out, and we quote, Article 18 should be considered in relation to Articles 19 to 24 in terms of facilitating cooperation and providing assistance to states, parties, and communities concerned for planning, implementing, and following up their safeguarding efforts. We want to give 2 concrete suggestions that can be combined with the online platform, but that can also be activated independently. So in the operation directives under the Chapeau 1.3 criteria for selection of programs, projects and activities that best reflect the principles and objectives of the Convention, so this is about Article 18, there is a sleeping beauty, operational directive paragraph 4. It needs to be awakened and activated. And I quote this paragraph 4, at each session, the committee may explicitly call for proposals characterized by international cooperation, as mentioned in Article 19 of the Convention, and or focusing on specific priority aspects of safeguarding. It hasn't been used until now, and that is a pity. It was already mentioned as an option in the expert meetings how to activate Article 18 more. And we think it's high time now to use it. And Operation Directive 5 even opens the way for new programs, projects, and activities in progress. And another paragraph of the Operation Directives, 9.c, deserves activation. We quote again, the committee may receive, examine, and approve requests for support for programs, projects, and activities carried out at the national, sub-regional, and regional levels aimed at the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. These tools, in particular Operation Directive 4 and 9C, are available right now. They can be mobilized now or in the next session of the Intergovernmental Committee. For instance, in function of empowering the online platform or to strengthen the Mandia Code 2022 or 2025 strategy for giving culture a stronger role in the post-2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. These operation directives, 4 and 9C, are also an important tool to take effective action in relation to thematic initiatives on living heritage and sustainable development, the next point on our agenda today. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Bélgica.
Thank you, Belgium. Brazil, you have the floor.
Bonjour.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson, distinguished delegates, Madam Fumike, and dear members of the Secretariat. We would also like to take note of the progress that has been made with regard to the preparation of this digital platform, which will help us to promote those good practices for safeguarding our intangible cultural heritage. It is useful for the community and the stakeholders to be able to share know-how and to consolidate our capacities. We believe that it is excellent, and we believe that this digital approach will help us to overcome any problems with regard to the broader implementation of Article 18 with regard to priority inscription. We do understand that only 4% of all of the files that were dealt with in the 2025 cycle were able to go forward, and with that an important number of good practices have not been able to evaluate it because of the current priority system. In that context, we would remind you that safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage does require specific involvement, engagement from the community, a number of different communities, particularly in the rural areas and the marginal areas where they do not have the material means or the technical skills to be able to work on an online platform. Therefore, to give priority to this platform perhaps runs the risk of not allowing participation of those that are suffering the digital divide. There may be some exclusion there because of this approach with regard to standardized methodologies that could be imposed, which may not necessarily be aligned with the local traditions or needs. We are also concerned about the management of data with regard to the sustainability of the platform. As the Secretary has said quite clearly, without funding, the platform could end up just being a digital resource that is not properly managed. It will no longer be effective, and this would have a direct impact on safeguarding practices. Essentially then, if the creation of a digital platform will, of course, provide us that sharing of experiences, that is a good approach. Nevertheless, we should perhaps not stress so much its impact with regard to the visibility of Article 18. We believe that the obstacles that could perhaps be in the way with regard to the list, and that is because of the current system of hierarchization. The list has been created to put forward those good examples of safeguarding practices and to help us worldwide. And with regard to the selection, it is very limited because of that distortion, because of this hierarchy system. The weak visibility and use means that only a small number of files are dealt with each year. So there is obviously a structural problem. The potential, I think, with regard to sharing knowledge and capacity building has to be encouraged, but I don't think this is the right way to do that and will help us with that broader implementation of experiences. To conclude, Madam Chairperson, Brazil just reminds everyone that the goal of the Convention is not simply to protect it, but to actively safeguard ICH with regard to sustainable development and contributing to the economic and social well-being of communities. To really unleash the potential of paragraph 18, the priority selection criteria should be reformulated to ensure that we have a more inclusive approach that will promote diverse and locally tailored approaches to safeguarding practices that will be good for the communities worldwide. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brazil. We take good note of your contribution, and we do agree on certain points made there, and we would indicate that the online platform is a tool, and it has to be understood insofar as its contribution in that sense. And of course, improving conclusion is always the constant challenge that we are faced with the Convention. Peru, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairperson. Peru. I apologize. Peru is grateful for this opportunity to think long and hard about the broader implementation of Article 18 of the 2003 Convention, which enshrines the fundamental principles of collaborative safeguarding of ICH. This article offers an essential framework to be able to identify, promote, and replicate good safeguarding practices that inspire and benefit so many local communities and other global stakeholders. The creation of an online platform to share these experiences, as we have heard in the Secretariat's report, is key to be able to include broader implementation of Article 18. This space will not just help us to have more sharing of experiences between communities and institutions, but it will also provide us with capacity building for communities and promote active participation in the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. We also acknowledge that this tool has the potential to achieve sustainable development through living heritage. We would restate our commitment to the objectives of Article 18, and we would invite other parties to collaborate on this important initiative through financial support or strategic partnerships. Essentially, we are convinced that a more operational and inclusive approach will help us to have broad implementation of the Convention and ensure that we have sustainability for our cultural traditions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Peru. Let me give the floor to Guatemala now. Thank you, Chairperson. We do thank the Secretariat for this presentation of the report on the progress made towards the broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention. Guatemala believes that it is necessary and extremely valuable to create this digital platform that will allow us to share good experiences with regard to safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage from different regions. This kind of tool will provide us with a digital space so that the bearers and other stakeholders can share experiences, communicate, actively participate, and strengthen the capabilities of the communities and technical experts with regard to methodologies and approaches for safeguarding practices. Just has been stated today, we would also say that this platform is extremely important. We will be able to do more inventorying, know about methodologies, and have those mechanisms to monitor and implement. The safeguarding plans for the elements that have been inscribed, together with their contribution to the management of ICH related to the risk of natural disasters, climate change, and other emergencies. We also believe, to end, that this platform should be as inclusive as possible in order to facilitate the exchange and sharing between bearers in different languages. It could also be a resource for the safeguarding of local languages and therefore local know-how of the indigenous communities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Paraguay, would you take the floor? Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. In the framework of Article 18 of the Convention for the Safeguarding of UNESCO's ICH, we would like to state our sincere acknowledgement for the work that's been done to promote good practices and the promotion and protection of this living heritage that is a key pillar of our identity and cultural diversity. The inclusion of these good examples of projects for safeguarding practices have given us inspiration, which not only strengthen the linkage of communities with their traditions, but also promotes an innovative and sustainable approach with regard to their conservation. These practices show us that safeguarding intangible cultural heritage is not just a static exercise, but it's dynamic, and communities play a key role there as the bearers and also those who pass on these practices. The experience that we've had in this framework does inspire us all to renew our commitment and to work out strategies to protect and revitalize our own cultural practices. That is why a digital platform is extremely relevant and pertinent for this exchange of knowledge between bearers and other stakeholders in this context. As a country, we would like to join you in this initiative and highlight the best practices that we have in Paraguay to safeguard ICH and that are not yet registered. These could inspire other communities also to work in the same direction. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paraguay. Let me give the floor to Algeria now. Madam Chairperson, with regard to Article 18 of the Convention, my delegation, my country, would like to congratulate the working group that has produced this report because of its quality. And we would like to join you with the appreciation there and propose to organize, with the support of the Secretariat at UNESCO, a workshop for capacity building with regard to the question of the platform and its use. It would be digital use and going beyond that. As the Honourable Delegate has already stated, the Honourable Delegate for Belgium. Thank you. Thank you, Algeria. It is now the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. The Kingdom of the Netherlands would like to thank the Secretariat for the insightful document regarding the establishment of an online platform. We applaud that the platform is intended to become a space for state parties, communities and other stakeholders such as NGOs to exchange, collaborate and build capacities regarding good safeguarding methods. As mentioned, the Netherlands is glad to contribute financially to setting up the platform, the online platform. As we see it, it's great value for communities and other actors. We call upon the Secretariat to include safeguarding practices from all three lists of the 2003 Convention, the periodic reporting and the international assistance funds within the online platform, and through the operational directives 4 and 9C as mentioned by Belgium. The Netherlands applauds the establishment of an advisory group. We strongly call upon the Secretariat that this group is not only tasked with giving advice about the content of the platform, as mentioned in the document, but also has a say in all broader and strategic questions regarding the overall framework and design of the platform. This is important for developing a platform that is truly made through a participatory approach with the before-mentioned stakeholders who help safeguarding living heritage. The Dutch Center of Intangible Heritage is open to participate in the advisory group. To end with a question, can the Secretariat give insight in the mandate of the advisory group? Could the group, for example, provide advice on choices and approaches taken during the initial pilot phase, specifically concerning the overall design and framework of the platform? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me give the floor now to Vietnam.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for this comprehensive report that has been presented to the committee. The work of the working group is much appreciated, and all the work that has been done towards the broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention. The broader implementation of that article enshrines fully the goals and objectives of the Convention, allowing the communities, the states parties and the stakeholders to be able to share approaches and experiences and set up a new channel of communication for the active participation of communities. We support this implementation of the online platform for the sharing of experience with regard to safeguarding practices. This online platform should be endowed with resources, allowing these stakeholders to find different practices with regard to safeguarding. It would be important to allow the developing countries also to have good access to it, and also to guarantee the intellectual property of the platform. We are also happy about further thinking on the broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention. We believe that will be in the next session of our committee. Thank you very much. Thank you to you, Excellency. Let me give the floor now to a representative of the NGOs Forum. You have asked for the floor. Please go ahead.
The ICH NGO Forum appreciates this opportunity to take the floor, and we congratulate, as this is the first time we've taken the floor, we congratulate the chair on her election and her excellent facilitation of this meeting. The ICH NGO Forum welcomes the initiation of the online platform and the further development of the Article 18 implementation, the broader implementation of Article 18. We note in 4B that it says that other relevant resources are being considered, such as the analytical reports of accredited NGOs. And we would like to urge that the involvement of NGOs and the vast database that we have of good safeguarding practices be integral rather than being solely only considered. We have 264 NGOs throughout the world. We've compiled a vast database of good safeguarding practices through a mapping project that has included domains that have not conventionally been included among safeguarding practices that have been identified in the past. And in our next phase of the mapping project, we will include dimensions of safeguarding such as climate change and other aspects that have been mentioned here. And we also welcome an interactive interface, and we hope that it's a dynamic interactive interface which enables dialogue and actual sharing in addition to including and posting information about safeguarding practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've taken due note of the input there and the contribution of the NGOs that are doing great work for the Convention.
Quisiera.
I'd like to give the floor now to Fumiko to answer some of the questions. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like to thank all speakers for the most valuable comments, insights, encouragements, recommendations. These are very important to us. I would like to emphasize again the feeling we had that a step-by-step approach that the committee wanted for this initiative is a good one, because by going through the preparatory step, meaning using the existing resources to try to come up with the first demo version, really gave us and made us think about different things. For example, the need to be very attentive to the ethical issues. Therefore, we check all the quotations with communities concerned. We are really thinking of what needs to be thought through for the online platform. So there are many, many different steps and different things that we need to consider. The comments about the need to be inclusive, we totally echo, and we hope that when the demo version goes out, you will see that we try to reach out and highlight the safeguarding experiences of different constituencies of the living heritage family, and so on and so forth. I feel that the comments are really helping us, but already it is something that we feel very strongly about. And going forward, responding to the questions raised specifically by the delegate of the Netherlands, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, I just confirm that for us, the advisory group's function is to accompany this development of that online platform step by step, and not only about content, but also about all the strategic aspects of the development. And we hope that we will be able to keep a flexible sort of modality so that we will maintain a group of representatives of different categories of our family, let's say. We will be reporting about that to the committee each time, and perhaps it could be on a rotational basis, but certainly to respect geographical representativeness. And we are looking forward, and we'll be very grateful already in advance for all the supports and advice that we will be receiving from this kind of advisory group. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Fumiko. India, would you like to take the floor?
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Secretariat for its exemplary efforts in advancing the broader implementation of Article 18 of the 2003 Convention. The initiative to establish an online platform for sharing good safeguarding practices is innovative and visionary. This platform promises to foster a global collaboration and amplify community voices and showcase safeguarding experiences that align with sustainable development. By bringing the gap between communities, states, parties, and stakeholders, it offers a dynamic space for dialogue, exchange, and capacity building. We are sure this initiative is set to raise global awareness, enhance community participation, and address pressing challenges like climate action and disaster risk management, etc. I commend your vision and encourage continued collaboration to ensure its success. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. Norway, would you like to take the floor?
Thank you, Chair. I want to be brief. As Norway has underlined earlier, the reflection upon Article 18 is very appreciated. Article 18 includes the crucial role in and with civil societies, NGOs, and the cultural bearers. To secure the community involvement, we support the establishment of an advisory group for developing and maintaining the online platform. In that matter, we want to underline that the NGOs themselves and the NGO Forum represent qualified competence in both practice-based approach to the convention and community involvement of the civil society. We are looking forward to following the important work and the future discussions on this issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to Norway. So I would like to propose to the committee that we adopt we have our document here, that it's decision 19.com10. You can see it there on the screen. I see no objection to the adoption. It's duly adopted.
Pasemos ahora al punto 11.
Let's move on to item 11. Then we have the thematic initiatives on living heritage, sustainable development. Secretary, you have the floor for presentation of this item.
We continue with technical items. I am very pleased to present an update on the Secretariat's work in advancing its 3 thematic initiatives launched in 2021 under the Convention. These initiatives focus on 1. Economic dimensions of intangible cultural heritage safeguarding. 2. Safeguarding intangible cultural heritage and climate change. And 3. Safeguarding intangible cultural heritage and urban contexts. Over the past 3 years, each thematic initiative has followed a structured process, starting with the preparation of background documents to establish a conceptual framework, followed by stakeholder surveys to map existing initiatives, and culminating in expert consultations to refine approaches and inform the development of guidance notes. In this regard, allow me to summarize the key developments over the past 12 months for each of these 3 initiatives. So first one, under the thematic of economic dimensions of intangible cultural heritage safeguarding, the adoption of the guidance note on the topic at the committee's last year's session marked a significant milestone. And building on this foundation, in this year's efforts focused on fostering intersectoral dialogue to develop sector-specific guidance. That was the homework given to us by the committee last year. So throughout the year, the Secretariat has actively engaged with the key partners, including the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity, the FAO, UN Tourism, UN Women, the World Intellectual Property Organization, among others. We consulted them one by one. And these consultations have been very useful to better understand existing strategies and tools that could be adapted to respond to the risks associated with inappropriate economic exploitation of living heritage. And in particular, the results of the consultations will inform, in a next stage going forward, the development of capacity building and awareness raising approaches tailored to specific sectors. I would like to emphasize we are going to a fine-tuning stage, such as tourism, craft, and agriculture, and also focusing on specific stakeholders such as indigenous peoples and local communities. So let's go to the second thematic on climate change. The focus this year was on advancing the guidance note on climate action for living heritage, which is annexed to your document 11. This process included 2 expert meetings held in June and September 2024, bringing together 26 experts from diverse geographic regions and fields, including intangible cultural heritage, climate change adaptation, and disaster risk reduction. The Secretariat received a high number of nominations from state parties to the call, and we are very grateful for this support. The experts reached agreement on the draft guidance note, which outlines a rights-based and people-centered approach to climate action for living heritage. And this guidance note is framed around 3 key goals, 2 transversal concerns, and 5 potential areas of intervention by stakeholders of the Convention. I would like to say that text does not suggest a one-size-fits-all approach, but rather sets out how the Convention may contribute to climate action across key areas such as climate change adaptation, climate change mitigation, and living heritage safeguarding. While the note remains flexible in nature to accommodate diverse contexts, communities, and types of living heritage, the discussion explored how the Convention could also contribute to ongoing initiatives such as the Group of Friends of Culture-Based Climate Action and UAE Framework on Climate Resilience. Moving on to the third thematic initiatives on safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in urban contexts, we made steady progress this year, focusing on finalizing background documents to prepare for an expert meeting scheduled for 2025. And this year, the background document underwent a peer review process outlining methodological approaches for integrating living heritage in urban contexts. In parallel, through an extra budgetary project, the Secretariat has been elaborating a capacity building approach, including practical tools for urban planners and heritage practitioners to enhance the integration of living heritage in urban contexts. So you can see there has been significant progress across all three thematic initiatives, and we have deepened our understanding and refined our approaches. And through the development of guidance notes, we are better positioned to engage with other sectors. Our ongoing engagement with the global development agendas building on the momentum of Mondial Cult remains also vital. And by leveraging the strengths of our convention, we hope to be able to ensure that the living heritage continues to play a central role in addressing global challenges. The Secretariat remains committed to support the efforts of our stakeholders for fostering a coherent approach to integrating living heritage into sustainable development. And additionally, we are also exploring new and emerging areas, such as the potential impacts of emerging technologies on living heritage, in particular artificial intelligence. Thank you, Madam Chair, for this floor.
Thank you, Fumiko, for that very comprehensive presentation. It is a joy to hear about all of these initiatives that reaffirm the relevance of living heritage for sustainable development and the need for deep understanding of the principles of the Convention and the aspiration of the rural world, especially to see sustainable development. And I'll open the floor to see if there are any comments at this stage. UAE, you have the floor. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. The UAE would like to commend UNESCO for its comprehensive work on the thematic initiatives, highlighting the intersection between intangible cultural heritage and sustainable development. This report illustrates how living heritage as a source of knowledge, tradition, and resilience is increasingly vital in addressing today's pressing global challenges. Through the contributions of intangible cultural heritage in all its forms, including indigenous knowledge and low-carbon traditions, UNESCO creates a powerful link between heritage conservation and climate action. As such, we support the emphasis on climate change adaptation and mitigation, which aligns closely with the UAE's commitment to harnessing the nexus between culture and environmental resilience. This commitment has been demonstrated through initiatives such as the launch of the Group of Friends for Culture-Based Climate Action at the UNFCCC during COP28, co-chaired by the UAE and Brazil. We thank all states and international organizations who have joined the Group of Friends thus far and express our appreciation to UNESCO for its important role as a knowledge partner. The UAE also appreciates the focus on integrating heritage into urban planning, ensuring that cities can both accommodate and celebrate the rich cultural traditions of local communities. Moreover, we encourage harnessing artificial intelligence to find new ways to safeguard living heritage while also mitigating the potential risks of the digital world. To conclude, dear colleagues, let us strengthen heritage conservation as a pillar of sustainable development and build a culturally inclusive future for all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chair.
Supports the thematic initiatives on living heritage and sustainable development. Ukraine supports the focus on new flexible approaches aimed at more inclusive, people-centered, people-oriented policies and a corresponding focus on sustainable development policies. We are also interested in including economic considerations in the protection of living heritage. At the same time, we emphasize the need to consider a flexible, heritage-sensitive and cultural rights-based approach to responsible and inclusive planning and management of intangible cultural heritage. We believe that a good suggestion is to introduce interagency training in entrepreneurship, for example, and community-based business models, as well as mentoring and matchmaking programs and new approaches to capacity building that can be continued in the future. Ukraine highly appreciates the experts' conclusions on the importance of taking into account the impact of climate change on a number of different factors affecting intangible cultural heritage, including armed conflicts, wars, urbanization, and growing inequality. Ukraine draws attention to the fact that the existing risks associated with global climate change resulting in natural disasters, sea level changes or rise of sea level, deformation of the environment are increasingly aggravated also by armed conflicts and wars. For example, Russia's bombing, shelling and mining of Ukrainian territory is causing harmful situations and problems to enter the soil and water, for example, affecting flora and fauna, which are part of the living heritage. We would like to give an example related to the Luhansk region of Ukraine, in particular, such an element of intangible cultural heritage as herbalism. This is linked to the natural and cultural space, but the daily and devastating bombardment and shelling destroy the chalky soils. Increased soil temperature due to shelling can affect, for example, pottery industry. We would like to draw attention to the particular point as the climate is a complex, interconnected system, and the Russia's war against Ukraine will inevitably have a direct or indirect impact on climate change, practices, resources, and transmission of intangible cultural heritage, causing both immediate and long-term impacts. Ukraine supports the discussion of climate change and intangible cultural heritage within the framework of human rights and cultural rights, as well as the importance of using established ethical principles in engaging with stakeholders, articulating and upholding the values of bearers of intangible cultural heritage. We would like to emphasize the link between the protection of living heritage and the documentation of losses and damage through mechanisms such as system for assessing losses and needs after a disaster, as well as long-term monitoring of the consequences of these losses. We reiterate that the Russian aggression has a direct impact on Ukraine's ecosystem, thereby exacerbating the threat of global climate change. Therefore, we believe it is very important to include the issue of the wars and armed conflicts impacts on climate change on the agenda. We would like to ask to incorporate this speech in the protocol minutes of the committee. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ucrania.
Thank you, Ukraine. France, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. France would like to underscore the importance of this item for the future of the Convention and for the crucial role that the ICH can play in our day-to-day and that of future generations. We commend these avenues that are explored through the initiatives, the thematic initiatives on sustainable development and the guidance note on climate change and living heritage. And these initiatives are important in order to rethink sustainable development through living heritage. We would also like to underscore the importance of a reflection on ways of approaching living heritage in the face of sustainable development issues, and this work is at the heart of the UNESCO chair on sustainable development at the University of Cergy, Paris. At that UNESCO chair, we are seeing a growing need to look at heritage not only in terms of an identity lens, but also to handle increasingly difficult contexts due to growing economic divides and armed conflicts and climate change, natural disasters and extreme weather events that can compromise the habitability of the planet. In other words, we are on the brink of a shift in paradigm. Humanity must not only protect heritage, but heritage must protect humanity. So in that sense, it is important to work together on better coordination between know-hows and competencies to do with living heritage, and to integrate innovation and scientific research to navigate threats that are looming on our future, namely a new climate regime. Thank you.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you, France. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving India the floor for Agenda 19.11 on thematic initiatives on living heritage and sustainable development. The UNESCO ICH Secretariat's work, as outlined in the report, demonstrates commendable progress in integrating intangible cultural heritage into global sustainable development frameworks. The Secretariat's thematic initiatives effectively address complex challenges, including economic considerations, climate change impacts, and urbanization pressures, showcasing a holistic and community-centered approach to safeguarding living heritage. The emphasis on intersectoral collaboration, such as partnerships with FAO, UN Women, and the Convention on Biological Diversity, reflects a forward-thinking strategy to connect ICH with broader global agendas. Additionally, the capacity-building initiatives tailored to toolkits and policy frameworks are practical steps that empower communities to navigate economic, environmental, and social complexities. The inclusion of diverse stakeholders from indigenous peoples to urban planners enhances the inclusivity and relevance of the initiatives. However, there are a few areas that warrant attention. 1. Enhanced community engagement. Strengthen mechanisms for grassroots participation to ensure that the voices of heritage barriers are central to decision-making. 2. Digital and artificial intelligence integration. Expand on the preliminary work with AI by creating guidelines that address ethical concerns and accessibility, ensuring technology benefits heritage without exploitation. 3. Robust monitoring. Develop comprehensive matrix to track the impact of these initiatives, particularly regarding equitable economic benefits and climate resilience. 4. Regional diversification. Ensure that initiatives address the specific needs of the Global South, fostering equitable resource allocation and attention. By addressing these areas, the Secretariat can build on its significant achievements to further position ICH as a transformative tool for sustainable development. We request you to please incorporate India's statement in the report of the Convention. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, India. Romania, you have the floor.
Chair, Romania commends the Secretariat for taking concrete steps towards analyzing the connection of intangible heritage to essential sectors and topics that are deeply connected with the grassroots realities of intangible heritage. We consider that the future of the implementation of the Convention and of relevant safeguarding measures depend on the capacity of opening up the debate towards these issues. However, allow us to notice that we are at the beginning of this process of understanding the depth of these connections. We notice that even the experts involved by the Secretariat to discuss specifically two topics
climate change and economic dimension, acknowledge the complexity of this conversation and the amount of resources and time to consider them appropriately. Meanwhile, there are already very important ongoing discussions on these two topics by communities guided by state parties within the process of inventorying and inscriptions on the lists of the Convention. For example, for fulfilling the new R2 criterion, for each file, our communities concerned are invited to identify and explain the contribution of the elements to be inscribed to the Sustainable Development Goals, and the inclusive economic development and environmental sustainability are important themes in our dialogue, as well as within the proposing of safeguarding measures in order to mitigate the challenges connected with these two topics. These issues are in many cases at the core of our community consultations today. So we recommend the Secretariat to take into account this bottom-up dimension of the understanding of these themes, while of course consulting experts, institutional intersectoral stakeholders, and relevant guiding policies. We are attentively following this very important debate, and thank you, Chairperson, for offering us the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Romania. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Chinese delegation commends the 3 thematic initiatives launched by the committee in 2021, including the economic dimension of safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, the relationship between safeguarding intangible cultural heritage and climate change, and the safeguarding of ICH in urban contexts. We also note that the new thematic areas of artificial intelligence and living heritage has been proposed, which is commendable. We would like to extend our gratitude to the Secretariat and the expert meetings for the guidance notes that have been developed and are currently being formulated. We'd like to work with the committee, the Secretariat, and all state parties to further promote and implement the 3 thematic initiatives and actively respond to the opportunities and challenges posed by artificial intelligence to living heritage, and looking forward to more outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you. The Belgian delegation applauds the progress made in the trajectory of the thematic initiatives on living heritage and sustainable development, including the new theme of working with artificial intelligence. If the committee and the Secretariat are looking for levers to make even more progress and generate visibility for the points they wish to make, activating Operation Directive 4, the already available option that the committee explicitly calls for inspiring proposals, as mentioned in the previous intervention, can be useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Belgium. Brazil, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Brazil warmly commends the Secretariat for the attention paid to the threats to ICH for humans and for local communities and the environment. In my view, I am very grateful to have taken part on discussions on climate change and ICH as part of the expert working group that met this year. Climate change is directly associated with the global growth of urbanization, but also job insecurity in cities, and the risks of the interests of big groups in industries and agro-food systems that upend rural farming practices, and also big pharmacy groups as well. And this can have a deep impact on communities that contribute the least to global emissions. And therefore, Brazil deems that we should break down barriers between culture and nature and contribute to sustainable development as a nature, culture, and economic and social impacts. Again, bearing in mind the impact of local communities and their rights, and ensuring their right to self-determination and access to their land, and to ensure that they are a development priority. Brazil considers that it's important to, at a national international level, bolster instruments and measures that aim to protect traditional farming practices and fishing techniques and traditional logging and forestry practices as well, all on a sustainable approach. These are livelihoods of many families, and we must ensure decent working conditions. That is key for human dignity. These age-old practices are protected and practiced still today by these communities, and they are linked to celebrations, craftsmanship, and cosmology and initiation rites. And so these families need to have a strong livelihood and be part of fair trade systems. They are also deeply linked to protecting a healthy and balanced environment, and their protection could contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation. Furthermore, we believe that it is key to protect sacred places and that they be run according to ancestral knowledge, and there is deep historic importance in terms of indigenous peoples, cosmogony and ancestral practices there. To conclude, it is important to highlight the urgency of linking the convention with the climate change challenges that we face today. This convention is an essential framework for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, and it has vast potential beyond heritage. Indeed, it must also actively contribute to discussions on global climate discussions, namely the next COP in 2025 in the Brazilian Amazon. We must seize this opportunity to bolster links between culture, identity, and climate challenges. For instance, the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, that is also launched under the Brazilian G20 presidency. And indeed, here it highlights the interconnectedness and of pride solutions that deal with environmental and social problems in tandem. The 2003 Convention is an international cooperation tool, and it can become an ally for a future that is fairer and greener. Thank you. Thank you, Brazil. Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Ethiopia would like to thank the Secretariat for the report on the thematic initiatives on living heritage and sustainable development. Growing challenges such as the rise in inequalities, climate change, and urbanization are posing severe threats to communities and the safeguarding of their living heritage worldwide. Ethiopia embarked upon a Green Legacy initiative to combat the impact of climate change and environmental degradation, but also to uphold traditional practices of sustainable living. It has had a resounding success as the public was mobilized to plant 40 billion tree seedlings within 6 years. This initiative aligns with the Green Belt Initiative of our continental organization, the African Union. Our commitment to sustainable and climate-resilient economic growth opens a window of opportunity for further cooperation. For instance, in Gedeo, a recently inscribed element in the UNESCO World Heritage List, is known for its age-old practices of environmental conservation. It has been instrumental in the development of sustainable agricultural practices and unique land management system. These efforts have contributed to the preservation of an exceptional ecosystem and remarkable biodiversity. A harmonious relationship between society and nature and equilibrium between culture and nature serve as a valuable lesson for the world. I would like to encourage the Secretariat to pursue its efforts in raising awareness and promoting the implementation of such initiative. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Gracias, Etiopía.
Thank you, Ethiopia. Algeria, you have the floor. Sorry, Nigeria, I mean. There was a misunderstanding. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. As mentioned during our statement on item 7, Nigeria congratulates the Secretariat for the advancement of the 3 ongoing thematic initiatives of living heritage and sustainable development, namely the economic dimensions of safeguarding intangible heritage, intangible cultural heritage and climate change, and intangible cultural heritage and sustainable urban development. For us, again, the 3 initiatives, I approve of the progress we have made in understanding the intertwining of issues and the contribution of the Convention to more than one sustainable development goals. While noting the progress, including AI and living heritage, Nigeria note also the Secretariat's active engagement in intersectoral dialogue to enhance knowledge about specific aspects relating to the economic dimensions of the living heritage, as well as some informal technical consultations with institutions and other UN agencies. This is a good advancement as well towards delivery as one. We would like to encourage the Secretariat to pursue action further by reinforcing research and capacity building on ICH and sustainable development, which will have impact beyond 3 already in motion. We are particularly about living heritage and public health that is linked to urban development and how to manage the existing cultural heritages in our urban cities with the management of development around the cities. I want to thank the Secretariat again for their work, and Nigeria stand ready to support in this, because for us it's in line with our national priorities of interlinkages of development practices around the 3 dimensions that we mentioned earlier. I thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Nigeria. Now I shall hand the floor to the NGO representative. Over to you.
NGO Forum is grateful for its participation in the climate change thematic initiative along with states, parties, and the Secretariat, including the Declaration on ICH Safeguarding for Climate Action, which our forum adopted. We've also, relating to the other initiatives, we have also been extensively involved in multiple initiatives relating to tourism, and including publications and seminars and various other activities. And this involves deeply the economic dimension, and we also have been active as an advocate for Culture 2030, which includes the articulation of ICH with multiple SDG goals. We hope to be able to be integrally involved in all of the thematic initiatives, from its planning through its implementation for all of these areas. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the members of the committee and thank you to the observers and the NGO representative for all of those contributions and comments on this important item. Is there someone else requesting the floor? No? Vietnam. You have the floor. Excellency, over to you. Thank you, Chair. We are delighted to see that the Pact for the Future and other texts adopted this year at international gatherings are for the first time taking up giving culture and heritage certain importance, and we are We're delighted to see UNESCO's efforts and other stakeholders' efforts towards achieving these really important results for our future. We commend the progress achieved in the implementation of all the thematic initiatives. In our country, we are highly vulnerable to climate change, and Vietnam commends the results of the expert meeting on living heritage and climate change, and it takes good note of the guidance note on climate change and living heritage. A lot of very important and relevant recommendations are in that guidance notes, and we must reinforce recommendation with other conventions, for instance, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Group of Friends on Climate Change and Culture, and the Convention on Biological Diversity. With a view to further implementation of the thematic initiatives, we, in our view, must redouble efforts to increase the visibility and the impact of thematic initiatives and bolster the contribution of the Convention to the advancement and progress towards SDGs. We must leverage emerging digital technologies for safeguarding measures while taking account of the potential risks. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Vietnam.
Thank you, Vietnam. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As already mentioned under item 5, Norway supports the work on ICH and sustainable development. Important steps has been taken to see the work with the Convention as a contribution to the work on sustainable development. In this regard, we would underline the important issues, messages and discussions in different side events during 19Com, especially the side events under the label Exploring Connections. We would encourage more events like these during the future committee meeting. In addition, we do think the global report on culture and sustainable development will contribute to a better understanding of the role of culture in this work. A global report based on the cultural conventions, including the 2003 convention, will pay attention to the practice-based approach and focus on the role and contribution of civil society to sustainable development. In addition, a 4-year interval will raise awareness to the power of culture in societies, and the reports will provide significant knowledge and can give us important input for the future work. We would also like to underline what tool ICH can be in building resilience in communities and civil societies in times of conflict, crisis and polarization. We would therefore like to voice our strong support for the work on ICH in emergencies, and would especially like to highlight the role of the Heritage Emergency Fund. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Norway. Let me propose then that we move to adopt the draft decision as a complete decision. You can see it on the screen. So this is draft decision 19.com 11. I see no objections in the room. It is duly adopted. Let's move on to item 12 now, which is the item on Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund, voluntary supplementary contributions and other issues. In accordance with Articles 25.5 and 27 of our Convention, it is the Committee's responsibility to approve the voluntary supplementary contributions to the ICH Fund provided by states parties over and above their annual assessed contributions. As you know, voluntary supplementary contributions are primarily intended to support the funding priorities approved by the committee at its 16th session in 2021 for the period 2022 to 2025, namely 1. Strengthening capacities to safeguard intangible cultural heritage using multimodal approaches and contribute to sustainable development. And 2. Safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in formal and non-formal education, In addition, such contributions also support other activities that cannot be covered with the limited resources of UNESCO's programme budget. Madam Secretary, the floor is yours to present this item to us. Go ahead, Fumiko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have a reporting homework here. The Secretariat is requested to report on the progress in the implementation of any voluntary supplementary contribution to the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund it may have received since its last session, I quote Decision 18-13, and also in accordance with Decision 7-20.1, the Secretariat is requested to report at each session all forms of voluntary contributions received since the committee's previous session. Your document 12 provides you with an overview of the support received by the Convention from the 1st of January to 30 June this year. With your permission, Madam Chair, I would like to ask my colleague Julian Nakata to present more detailed information on this item. Julian, please go ahead.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci, Fumiko.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Thank you, Fumiko. During the first half of 2024, 2 voluntary supplementary contributions were received from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and St. Vincent and the Grenadines for a total amount of $64,055. Under Funding Priority 1, that's Capacity Building Programme, no new contributions were made during the reporting period. Since the start of this funding priority in January 2022, a total of $196,047 was received. This amount represents 4% of the $5 million mobilization target set for the 2022 to 2025 quadrennium. It's important to highlight that Priority 1 is also supported by projects financed by other funding modalities. Now, these include a new capacity building initiative in Africa, supported by the government of Japan, as well as 2 additional contributions to the UNESCO's programme and budget for initiatives in the Arab region, funded by the United Arab Emirates and the Sharjah Institute of Heritage. Let me move on to funding priority 2 now. That's safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in formal and non-formal education. No voluntary supplementary contribution has been made during the reporting period. However, since the previous session of the committee, the Kingdom of the Netherlands made an earmarked contribution of $82,237 to support the integration of living heritage into education in 2 small island developing states in the Caribbean. Furthermore, a new activities was launched in the Asia-Pacific region with support from the International Information Networking Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage in the Asia-Pacific region. That's the ICHCAP. Let me now turn to the sub-fund to enhance the human capacities of the Secretariat. During the first half of 2024, 1 new voluntary supplementary contribution was received. Now, this contribution made by the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland amounts to $63,982. In addition, the government of China continues to provide in-kind support to the Secretariat through loaned staff. And the government of Germany has committed to funding a 2-year assignment in the framework of the Junior Professional Officer, JPO. Since January 2022, the sub-fund has received a total of $288,627. That represents 8% of the quadrennial target set by the General Assembly. Let me conclude, if I could, by mentioning 19 other projects that are currently being implemented in all regions. Now, they cover a wide range of themes, such as supporting the safeguarding of indigenous knowledge, promoting sustainable systems related to foodways, safeguarding living heritage through the development of cultural and creative industries, or promoting heritage-sensitive tourism. These projects are funded by governments, Category 2 centres, United Nations agencies and the private sector. Madam Chairperson, now given that the reporting period covered by the working document ends in June 2024, I believe that the Secretary would like to bring to the Committee's attention some further information.
I'm indeed pleased to inform the Committee of several recent positive developments regarding voluntary supplementary contributions after the initial publication of Document 12 on 4th of November. The Government of the Kingdom of the Netherlands has committed a contribution of €122,000 to support the reflection initiated by the Committee for a broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention that you have just examined under Item 10. Since this voluntary contribution by the Kingdom of the Netherlands is proposed outside of one of the two funding priorities, the Committee is invited to approve it in accordance with Article 25.5 of the Convention as indicated in paragraphs 4 and 5 of the draft decision in Document 12 revised for this purpose. Furthermore, in August and October 2024, two contributions to the sub-fund to enhance the human capacities of the Secretariat were received or signed by France, €100,000, and Monaco, €10,000. In November, Slovenia committed to provide a contribution of €5,000. The Convention also received support in the form of additional contributions from the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage, $20,000 in July this year, Slovakia, €10,000 in August 2024, and Paraguay, €2,586 in October this year. In November, ISCAP, the Category 2 Center, provided a contribution of approximately $34,000. The Secretariat is very grateful to these states parties for their generous and renewed commitment in support to the work of the Secretariat. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias. Thank you, Fumiko. The voluntary contributions are absolutely vital to continue to maintain the work done by the Secretariat in the framework of the Convention. Now I open the floor. Does any delegation wish to take the floor under this item? I don't see any requests for the floor. So I would propose then that we move on to the draft decision. So this is draft decision 19.com/12. I'm proposing that it is adopted in full. I see no objection then. Therefore, it is duly adopted.
Pasemos sin demora a...
Let's move straight on to item 14, which is the establishment of the evaluation body for the 2025 cycle. Let me give the floor to the Madam Secretary to take us through the procedure.
Thank you very much. So as indicated in your timetable, this item 14 is divided into two parts. Part 1 concerns the voting to elect new members of the evaluation body under the 2025 cycle, and Part 2 is the announcement of the results of the election. As a first step, the committee is invited to adopt the terms of reference of the evaluation body that you may find in Annex 1 of Document 14, which was revised to reflect the actual list of candidates. The committee is also asked to appoint 3 new members of the evaluation body. There are 3 vacancies to be filled, and there are 1 seat for an expert from the electoral group 3, 1 seat for an expert from the electoral group 4, and 1 seat for a non-governmental organization from the electoral group 5B. The committee shall also reappoint the 9 members elected in previous years. Candidates were proposed by states parties concerned through the chairperson of each electoral group, and according to Decision 9-11, states are encouraged to ensure that at least 2 candidates are presented by the chairperson of the electoral group, and according to paragraph 28 of the operational directives, a maximum of 3 candidates can be proposed. Candidatures received per electoral group include 2 expert candidates for Group 3, 2 expert candidates for Group 4, and 1 NGO candidate for Group 5B. The list of candidates is available in Annex 2 of the Working Document 14 with links to the expert CV, as well as the links to the website and accreditation application forms in the case of the NGOs. The latest version of the list of candidates was published on the 4th of December. Allow me now to provide some information on several aspects concerning the establishment of the evaluation body for the 2025 cycle. So in terms of reference, the mandate of the evaluation body is defined in paragraphs 27 and 30 of the operational directives. It includes the evaluation of nominations and proposals to the lists and register, as well as the evaluation of international assistance requests submitted together with nominations to the urgent safeguarding list. Furthermore, following the completion of the global reflection on the listing mechanisms of the Convention in 2022, the body is also in charge of the evaluation of transfer requests between the 2 lists with reference to Para 30 of the operational directives, the assessment of international assistance requests submitted as part of a transfer request from the representative list to the urgent safeguarding list with reference to Para 27 of the operational directives, and also considering the possibility for including a successful safeguarding experience in the register of good safeguarding practices following a transfer request is part of the evaluation body's business with reference to paragraph 39.3 of the operational directives. And finally, also the terms of reference includes the evaluation of an element placed under enhanced follow-up status with reference to paragraph 40.3a of the operational directives. It is important to point out that the committee will proceed with a vote by secret ballot to choose the new members of the evaluation body, and this so in accordance with the rules of procedure of the committee and in particular to section B of Rule 39. Continuing the practice introduced also from the 14th session of the committee in 2019, Madam Chair, the committee is asked to determine the sequence in which files would be evaluated and examined. This practice was designed to avoid following the same order on each occasion by always beginning with the files of those states whose names fall at the beginning of the English alphabet. Concretely, a letter will be drawn by lot under this item for determining the sequence in which files would be evaluated. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Fumika. Dear members of the committee, I propose that we proceed in the order in which the Secretariat introduced our work. So let's first proceed to adopt the terms of reference that are shown on the screen. Are there any comments or questions? I don't see any comments or questions. Can we adopt them? Duly adopted. So, having adopted all the paragraphs of the terms of reference, can we now adopt the terms of reference in their entirety as they appear in the annex? I don't see any comments, therefore it's adopted. Fumiko, could you explain to us the procedure voting by secret ballot?
Thank you, Chair. With a pleasure. The Secretariat will distribute to all members a ballot paper for each vacant seat to be filled through a secret ballot and an envelope. For the NGO seat from Group 5B, there is only one candidate which corresponds to the number of seats to be filled. In this case, the NGO candidate is declared elected without the need to hold a ballot. Each committee member must clearly express his or her choice for each vacant seat, and not just for the vacant seat of his or her electoral group. The candidate with the highest number of votes will be elected. Each ballot paper lists the names of all candidates for each seat. Please circle the names of the candidates you wish to vote for, as shown on the screen. Please fold the ballots, place them in the envelope provided, and seal it. The envelope must not be marked. The absence of a ballot paper in the envelope is considered as an abstention. Ballots containing more names selected than the number of seats to be filled, as well as ballots bearing no indication of voting intention, are considered invalid. After a few minutes break to allow you to prepare your ballot papers, we will call on committee members to place their envelopes in the ballot box on the small stage.
¿Tenemos algún problema?
Do we have a problem with the interpretation to Spanish?
Ahora sí.
Oh, yes, it's resolved. Thank you, Fumika. Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
I have finished that explanation, but if any members of the committee had questions, of course, I would repeat the explanation, but otherwise, I have reached the end of my presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Fumiko.
Thank you, Fumiko. Have we collected the envelopes?
Bueno, ¿hay algún...
Are there any questions about the procedure for the election voting? Well, to start with, we need 2 volunteers to act as tellers. With the help of the Bureau members, we have identified 2 tellers who are Mrs. Barbara Morongova from Slovakia and Mrs. Martina Lutschen from Germany. Would you please join us on the podium?
Todos los miembros del comité.
Have all committee members received their ballots and envelopes?
Muy bien.
Very well then. You have a few minutes to circle the names of the candidates you would like to vote for before the call to come up.
Muy bien. Invito a la Secretaría.
I would invite the Secretariat to perform the roll call in order to collect the ballots from each delegation.
Thank you, Chair. The call will be made in alphabetical order in French of the states members of the committee. Algérie.
Algeria.
A voté.
Has voted. Germany.
A voté.
Has voted. Angola.
A voté.
Has voted. Bangladesh.
A voté.
Has voted. Barbados.
A voté.
Vote has been cast. Burkina Faso.
A voté.
Vote has been cast. China.
A voté.
Vote has been cast. UAE.
A voté.
Vote has been cast. Spain.
A voté.
Vote has been cast. Ethiopia.
A voté.
Vote has been cast. France.
A voté.
Vote has been cast. Haiti.
A voté.
The vote has been cast. India.
A voté.
Vote has been cast. Malaysia.
A voté.
The vote has been cast. Mauritania.
A voté.
Vote has been cast. Nigeria.
A voté.
The vote has been cast. Uganda.
Absent.
Absent. Let's continue. Uzbekistan.
A voté.
Vote has been cast. Paraguay.
A voté.
Vote has been cast. Dominican Republic.
Sí, yo se la mandé a Julita.
Vote has been cast. Slovakia. The vote has been cast. Ukraine. The vote has been cast. Vietnam. The vote has been cast. Zambia.
Has voted. Uganda again. Uganda is absent. I've finished, Madam Chair. Over to you. Thank you very much. Now, while the votes are being counted, item 14 is suspended. So we can now move on to the next item. Now we are ready to move on to item 13 on our agenda, report of the Non-Governmental Organisations Forum. I would like to ask Madam Secretary to introduce this item.
Since 2020, the committee has been examining a report of the Non-Governmental Organisations Forum as a standalone agenda item. The annex to document 13 contains the report submitted by the ICH NGO Forum to the present session of the committee. The President of the Executive Board of the ICH NGO Forum, Mr. Baron, is ready to present a brief overview of the report. But before that, from the Secretariat side, allow me to highlight some key examples of cooperation with the ICH NGO Forum. The Secretariat has provided support once again in the context of the current session of the committee by supporting the participation of representatives of 25 accredited NGOs based in developing countries, including, in addition, the 7 members of the ICH NGO Forum's Executive Board. A dedicated NGO meeting room was made available to the forum for its activities throughout this week, and I hope many of you could go to the side events organized by the forum. The activities began on Sunday with the forum's annual symposium, for which the Secretariat also provided simultaneous interpretation. The Secretariat is about to launch the second phase of the project on mapping the domains of competence of accredited and non-governmental organization in close cooperation with the ICH NGO Forum. This initiative is the continuation of the first phase of this project, and the results can be consulted on the webpage of the convention. Once the second phase will have been completed, 165 out of the 264 accredited NGOs will have their profiles presented online. Collaboration also continued as part of ongoing thematic initiatives to which the NGO contributed by participating, for example, in 2 global surveys. Their representatives also attended in 2 expert meetings. The Secretariat appreciates the ongoing and enhanced collaboration with ICH NGO Forum. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Fumiko. Now I'll hand the floor to the President of the Executive Board of the NGO Forum of ICH. Robert, over to you.
So I'd like to introduce my Vice President of the ICH NGO Forum, Mohammed Medlimin, who's accompanying me here on the podium. We appreciate this opportunity to speak about the initiatives, the ongoing activities of the ICH NGO Forum, and our action plans as we look towards the future. The next slide, please. La prochaine slide.
Next slide, please.
Okay. So to provide an overview of who we are and what we do, we're the voice of civil society for the convention. We represent 264 accredited NGOs, and we're mandated to provide advisory services to the convention. We are anchored in communities throughout the world, and a primary objective of the ICH NGO Forum is to advance good safeguarding practices and address key issues that pertain to the convention. We like to feel that we both anticipate issues and topics that may not have been addressed, as well as address the ongoing and emerging topics. We're national, regional, and international in scope, and we're deeply rooted in communities. We create innovative safeguarding practices, engaging in new areas that may not have been addressed before, as well as core areas, and we shape policies in association with states, parties, and UNESCO. We collaborate closely with stakeholders from multiple sectors of society in advancing the convention, and we're a meeting ground for accredited NGOs. We share our expertise among ourselves. We strengthen regional networks, and the regional networks are getting much stronger in a number of areas of the world. We engage in dialogue among ourselves about ICH. We do research initiatives. We carry out symposia. We do webinars more frequently over the course of the year, and we publish publications on key issues and topics of ICH. Next slide, please. We're very aware of the concern of the committee and the states parties about the imbalance geographically among accredited NGOs. And we've been working very hard on addressing this imbalance and being proactive in generating applications from NGOs. We have workshops, accreditation workshops planned for this winter, which will introduce the convention and explain step by step how to complete application forms in English, French, and Spanish. And these accreditation workshops will occur online in Africa and the Arab states, in Africa in French and English, in Latin America and the Caribbean, in Asia and Eastern Europe. In 2023, we had a particular success in the workshops that we carried out in Latin America resulted in an increase from 11 to 23 accredited NGOs in that region. And we've had an enthusiastic reception from Africa, for example, where at least 15 non-governmental organizations have expressed interest in achieving accreditation and attending our workshops. We carry out inclusiveness in many different ways. We have executive board members from each region. Working groups that we have need to be established by members from at least 3 different regions. And Heritage Alive, our signature publication, the editors come from multiple regions, and we carry out orientation sessions for the committee meetings to generate engagement from every region. We do these orientation sessions online in both English and French. Next slide, please. So we're increasingly focusing our attention on specific dimensions of ICH, and I'm going to outline them now. And these are carried out through initiatives of our working groups, which are the lifeblood of our organization, and by our executive board. Next slide, please. As we mentioned before, we adopted a declaration for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage through climate change. It's a call for action and includes recommendations to address climate change impacts on ICH. Among our recommendations are interdisciplinary and intersectoral research for safeguarding ICH in context of climate change, integrating the traditional knowledge, the local knowledge of communities with scientific expertise, recognizing the validity of both of them and the significance of local knowledge in addressing issues of climate change and traditional means of resilience. We also look at enhancing ICH to further resilience and mitigation of the impacts of climate change on ICH, and as a leverage for biodiversity. And we're calling for including climate change in the listing of ICH elements and in periodic reporting among our members and in collaboration with states parties. The declaration that we did contributed to the guidance note on climate change at the experts meeting, and we've held 2 side events that were very well attended in collaboration with Crespial, our extraordinary Category 2 Center from Latin America, and with the Secretariat, and the multiple case studies with a special focus on small island states, and those were quite successful. They were held early this week. Next slide, please. Tourism is something which is inevitable in so many instances when there's a listing and it's pervasive. We know that it's something that can be ugly, but it's also something that has real tangible economic benefits for communities and bearers. So recognizing this massive impact of tourism on ICH, we've done projects and initiatives that look at the economic benefits and how tourism can renew practice and revitalization, but also, again, inevitably creates substantial changes in the form, the content, and the cultural meaning of ICH. And might add that tourism is something that has been largely overlooked in the convention, and our efforts are trying to bring attention to tourism because, as we know, tourism is something which goes hand in hand with so much of ICH. There was a web dossier on ICH and sustainable tourism that was created by a research working group. It's now widely being used for policy and practice on tourism, and we invite you to read it as well. It's been translated to French. It's going to be translated in Spanish and Korean. It's used in university curricula, and we view it as a living document to be expanded and revised in an ongoing way. There are also ICH tourism dialogues, online webinars periodically during the year, which include speakers from NGOs, from the travel industry, the private sector, which is important to connect to in this area, obviously indispensable, government as well as intergovernmental agencies. We had a speaker from UN Tourism. And members are also participating in the Creative Europe's Living Heritage Journeys project, which involves developing ICH tourism capacity building instruments. Next slide, please. Just the other day on Saturday, there was a very successful seminar and very well-attended seminar online in person here at 19Com, which included case studies and discussion and consideration of issues about participatory dimension of safeguarding living heritage. Of course, community participation is a tenet. It's something which is a foundational principle of the convention. So this symposium looked at community-driven documentation and research, which is shaped by communities with its authority chaired by community members and experts, at community-based tools to transmit cultural knowledge and practices, approaches to heritage governance, which facilitate bottom-up decision-making, so the communities really are driving these participatory activities, and there's a yielding of authority by experts, which is very commendable and very important, and about the mutual engagement of local stakeholders with outside experts and government and heritage officials, again, looking at multiple stakeholders. And this symposium will be included in an online publication, which we hope you'll have an opportunity to read. Next slide, please. Archiving is something which is also an important priority of our ICH NGO forum, and something which has also been overlooked largely within the convention. And there's inventorying and documentation that's arguably on a scale unprecedented in human history. It's creating documents, audiovisual recordings, photographs, texts, video, that are a legacy for future generations. They provide the opportunity for future generations and current generations of bearers and communities to regenerate their experience of ICH, to learn from their predecessors. There are also the historical archives in folklore, ethnomusicology, ethnology, and anthropology and other fields, which contain millions of texts and recordings of ICH, known under various names, as folklore and ethnomusicology and such, which again are valuable resources which should be used in ICH. And so we feel that there needs to be an integrated process that associates inventorying and documentation with informed consent by bearers and archiving. So these records are maintained in perpetuity. It's worth mentioning that digital materials don't last forever. They must be migrated periodically or else they'll vanish, they'll evaporate. And this really invaluable documentation of the expressive culture of humankind will be lost. We're happy to report that there was a presentation at the Memory of the World Global Policy Forum, and it launched a collaboration that will continue with Memory of the World, another entity within UNESCO. And we've had side events at committee meetings and other presentations during the committee meetings, the side events, on the basics of preparing materials for archives, on the use of existing archives and resources, on restrictions of use as well, regarding privacy concerns, intellectual property issues, and on preservation. We hope to continue it and hope perhaps there can be a manual for archiving, because we think it's something that's quite important. Next slide, please. We're also involved in building competencies and partnerships and using the overall results framework and periodic reporting. And there was a side event, and there was a presentation symposium by our Legal and Policy Development Working Group. And we feel there's a need for better recognition and enhanced use of the overall results framework to provide a holistic understanding of the state of ICH and to advance progress in safeguarding. There's a briefing document which is being prepared, which will inform states parties about how they can collaborate with NGOs in preparing periodic reporting. And there's a handbook that's an easy-to-read guide, which is explaining how to use the ORF, and it has case studies that illustrate how to use it, and they pertain to the core indicators. So this is something that's at the heart of understanding what's happening with safeguarding and inscription. And we're pleased as well that there's the beginning of a collaboration with the Secretariat in the ORF and periodic reporting initiatives. Next slide, please. Intellectual property protection is another area that's being presented and looked at by our Legal and Policy Development Working Group. In the early days of the convention, there was more of a relationship with WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization. Now, as we understand, there are conversations that have begun with the Secretariat, and we as well in the ICH NGO Forum have made this relationship happen once again. There was an excellent webinar the other day that included Wim Wetland, who's the director of WIPO, who's had a long-standing interest in traditional cultural property. And this webinar dealt with how a new treaty and how potential treaties can address ICH and regional legal mechanisms used to protect ICH. And the seminar provided an opportunity to learn about WIPO's work in policy development, informed consent, legislative assistance, and capacity building. WIPO has an excellent website that includes many dimensions of traditional knowledge and intellectual property protection. We look forward to further associations with our colleagues and our counterparts in WIPO. Next slide, please. And we're also actively interested and very committed to bridging the fields of intangible and tangible heritage. This has been mentioned a number of times in the last few days about how they're inextricably intertwined. Of course, we need to maintain the autonomy of ICH as a field, as a program, as a distinct entity within UNESCO. But we're making efforts to connect with the World Heritage Forum and particularly with ICOMOS. We know that monuments and material culture involve ICH integrally. The ICH shapes construction and restoration. Traditional knowledge shapes how an object, a building, or a monument is created. And there's ICH that's associated with building skills, with the layout of the buildings, with selection and use of materials, and the rituals and songs even, which are used in construction in some cultures. ICOMOS's ICH committee recently completed an ICH charter, and I'm happy to say that it was approved at ICOMOS's meeting several weeks ago. And there were contributions by members of our forum who belong to both ICOMOS or ICOMOS, as you prefer, and the ICH-NG Forum. We just formed a joint steering committee with ICOMOS that will include members of the forum and members of ICOMOS. And in this steering committee, we'll discuss possibilities for collaborations with ICOMOS that might include forum members advising on intangible dimensions of sites nominated or inscribed on World Heritage lists, which would be really a very valuable kind of collaboration. The possibility of joint convenings with ICOMOS, the development of case studies on heritage that involves both tangible and intangible heritage, and the creation of joint policy positions on heritage issues of global scope. Next slide, please. This was mentioned a few minutes ago about our support for culture as a sustainable development goal and our participation in the Culture 2030 campaign. And the statement of support which the ICH NGO Forum issued and shared with Culture 2030 outlined the ways that ICH is integral, essential, indispensable for sustainable development, how it relates to informal and formal education, resilience to climate change and biodiversity loss, food sovereignty, sustainable food production, addressing gender equity, sustainable tourism, and cultural recovery in emergency situations. So this is this really deep relationship with the SDGs that's contained in this statement, and something which is certainly worth further discussion and discourse and development among all of us. Next slide, please. We have a working group on ICH in emergency situations and among displaced persons, and the initiatives that they're beginning to develop respond to the upsurge, unfortunately, as we know, of armed conflicts, migration, natural disaster, climate change, and pandemic. All of these dramatize the importance of ICH that emerge from these situations, that are created in emergency situations, and need to safeguard ICH of the displaced persons who suffer from these phenomena which are increasingly happening. This working group is gathering accounts and producing side events of good safeguarding practices and photographs and videos of these situations. They're planning a program for 2025 World Refugees Day, which will bring greater visibility to the global scopes of these issues. Next slide, please. And as Fumiko Hinata mentioned a few minutes ago, phase 2 of our project, the mapping project, is about to be launched. It will identify NGO expertise, advance professional developments with ideas about how to share expertise, and address also the broadening of the Article 18 implementation. And again, we hope that we're involved integrally in the broadening Article 18 implementation, because there's a lot of valuable information that we gathered and will create in the second phase. We're going to expand the practices that are identified in this mapping project to include climate change impact, mitigation of the impact of climate change and resilience, the utilization of the ORF, intellectual property protection, utilizing ICH in urban contexts, gender issues relating to ICH, and participatory approaches to safeguarding. So we hope and we expect among the 100 NGOs being interviewed in this next phase and the 100 interviewed in the following phase that will create a lot of valuable information that we can share among all of us. And we emphasize in technical assistance and professional development the interest and the desire to see more peer-to-peer assistance that are carried out within regions, among peers and regions. You see on the map that it graphically illustrates the imbalance geographically in NGOs. The preponderance of them are it's about 50% in Region 1, but it's diminishing. And as I said, we're working hard to redress and correct that imbalance. Next slide, please. And we're a small organization. We're an organization with a very small budget, but we're doing quite a lot of activity as an all-volunteer group. We've been expanding our communication platforms. They provide news about the forum, documents, and information about good safeguarding practices. We also work with, provide information. Another parallel communication platform is the ICH.NGO net, which is published by the Center for Intangible Cultural Studies. Our signature publication I mentioned is Heritage Alive. The next issue will feature basketry, and the one after that, ICH in armed conflict. The Heritage Alive group in our forum also organized a film festival of short documentary films that was presented twice over the course of this past week. So we see, hope you see that we have remarkably extensive activities for an organization which is all volunteer, and we feel we're just about straining at the bit, that we're reaching the limits of our administrative capacity. So we're beginning to look at how we can deal with our future expansion, explore creating a paid administrative staff position. We're just now developing an ad hoc committee on organizational development to consider options in developing our organization and strategic planning for our organization, and this will be done in full consultation with our membership. Last and final slide, please. So we encourage you to check out what we do on social media at ICH NGO Forum, and to email us and to stay in touch with us, ichNGOforum@gmail.com, and our ICH NGO Forum website, which contains links to Heritage Alive, our key documents, information and sharing information on safeguarding practices, and a variety of other news pertaining to the convention. So thank you so much for your attention.
Dear colleagues, the chairperson had to leave the room for a little while, so I was asked to step in and chair the rest of this morning's session. I'd first of all like to thank you very much, Mr. Barron, for your presentation on behalf of the ICH NGO Forum. It's very encouraging to see the growing involvement of accredited NGOs in key priority areas of the convention. I'd now like to give the floor to the members of the committee. I'm sure the representative of the ICH NGO Forum will be happy to answer any questions the members of the committee might have. Does anyone wish to take the floor? Slovakia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We highly commend the activities of the ICH NGO Forum in advancing the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage through its diverse initiatives, including capacity building, thematic research, and fostering inclusive participation across the underrepresented regions. The Forum's unwavering commitment to addressing critical issues such as climate change, sustainable tourism, and participatory safeguarding practices demonstrates its vital role in supporting the objectives of the 2003 Convention. Slovakia extends its gratitude to the Research Working Group for its significant contribution on preparing and implementation of the ICH NGO Forum annual symposium that was titled Participatory Approaches to Living Heritage NGOs Perspectives, and it is exactly in line with working with the communities in a very inclusive way. Another noteworthy achievement is the Declaration for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage for Climate Action that was approved in this year's June. Lastly, we wish to highlight the invaluable contribution and collaboration of NGOs in implementing the overall results framework, exemplified through concrete interactions and impactful examples that strengthen the Convention's objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Slovakia. Any other committee member wishes to take the floor? So I go to the So I turn to observers and NGOs. I think they might also have a great interest in this topic. So I see Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brazil acknowledges the vital contributions of the ICH NGO Forum in advancing the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. The Forum has played a key role in strengthening the Convention's implementation, particularly by addressing the geographical imbalance among accredited NGOs. Through regional workshops and outreach, the Forum has ensured that underrepresented regions are better represented, amplifying the voices of diverse communities in the safeguarding process. The Forum's work also connects intangible cultural heritage to the broader sustainable development agenda. By linking heritage to climate action, sustainable tourism, and inclusive societies, It highlights the vital role of culture in achieving sustainability. Its focus on issues like ICH and climate change, intellectual property, and safeguarding heritage and emergencies demonstrate its broad and impactful approach. Through its collaboration with UNESCO and other stakeholders, the Forum has raised awareness, built capacity, and supported the inclusion of civil society in key policy discussions. The recent increase in accredited NGOs, especially from Latin America and Africa, shows the success of its efforts to promote inclusivity. On behalf of the Brazilian government, I want to express our full support for the ICH NGO Forum's initiatives. We remain committed to working together to ensure the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage for future generations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ambassador. Anyone else would like to take the floor at this point? I see nobody. And I think there were no questions, specific questions addressed to Mr. Baron, so I thank you very much again for your presentation and for your presence here today. Let us now move on to the decision in document 13. We have it on the screen. May I ask the committee to adopt draft edition as it appears on the screens? Can we adopt it as a whole? I see no objections. I therefore declare decision 19-13 adopted. Dear colleagues, this brings us to the end of the morning session of today. And I just have an announcement to make for the lunch break. The lunch break will be from 12:30 to 2:30. Let's be back in time so we can continue our work in the afternoon session and start on time. Please do not forget that during the break and after the afternoon sessions as well, side events are taking place. You will see them announced on the screen, hopefully. But you can also, for more information, visit the calendar of events available on the committee's website. Please enjoy your lunch and see you after lunch.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch break. Let us now go back to item 14, the establishment of the evaluation body for the 2025 cycle. I would like to inform you that the count of the secret ballot for the establishment of the evaluation body for the 2025 cycle is complete. Allow me to thank our tellers, Ms. Barbara Morongova from Slovakia and Ms. Martina Loschen from Germany for their willingness to serve the committee. I would like to ask Fumiko to please announce the results of this election. Fumiko, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here are the results of the secret ballot. 23 committee members were present and voted for electoral groups 3 and 4. The following candidates received votes as follows. Electoral Group 3, which had a seat for 1 expert, Ms. Luciana Gonçalves de Carvalho from Brazil received 22 votes and is elected. Mr. David Leonardo Gomez Marnic from Colombia received 1 vote. Electoral Group 4, which has a seat for 1 expert, Mr. Gabriel Rusmargo Lono Lastoro Simatupang from Indonesia received 7 votes. Mr. Nandadeva Bilinda Devaj from Sri Lanka received 16 votes and is elected. Electoral Group 5B, seat for 1 accredited NGO, Saudi Heritage Preservation Society, SHPS, is the only candidate and is elected. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very well. We now have the names of the 3 new members of the evaluation body, and I wish to congratulate them and also thank all of the other candidates. Dear committee members, there is one more thing we have to decide on under this item. When this item was opened, we agreed to change the order in which nomination files are dealt with by the evaluation body and the committee. Now is the time to pick a letter from the alphabet to determine that order. I am informed that a box is ready with pieces of paper, each carrying 1 of the letters from A to Z. May I ask Mathilde Crochet from the Secretariat to draw a letter from the box, please?
Letter V.
Estimados miembros.
Dear members of the committee, I'm pleased to inform you that the committee will start the evaluation and examination process of the files under the 2025 cycle with the letter V. 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 They will then continue by alphabetical order, and so on and so forth. I would also like to propose that the same letter V be used for the seating arrangement for the states parties non-members of the committee during the next meeting of the Intergovernmental Committee, as has been done this year. Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments before we move on to the adoption of the draft decision? I see none. It seems that we are now ready to proceed with the adoption of the draft decision. Please refer to document 14 Rev.
Bueno, por favor.
Very well. Please refer to document 14 Rev and its draft decision in paragraph 12. Can we see it on the screen? Draft decision 19-14. Can we adopt it as a whole? It is hereby adopted. Now I give the floor to Sri Lanka, who had requested the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Sri Lanka extends its heartfelt gratitude to all the countries that support our candidature for the evaluation body of the UNESCO Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. Your trust and recognition of Sri Lanka's commitment to cultural heritage preservation inspired us to contribute meaningfully to this vital global endeavor. We are confident that our expert, Dr. Nantadeva, will bring invaluable expertise and dedication to this effect. We also extend our appreciation to the chairperson, the UNESCO ICH Secretariat, and the government of Paraguay for their leadership and efforts in hosting this important session. Your collective contributions ensure the continued success of safeguarding intangible cultural heritage globally. Thank you again for your support. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to Sri Lanka. Algeria, you have the floor. Please go ahead. Thank you very much, Chair. The delegation of Algeria has taken due note of the document on the establishment of the evaluation body for the 2025 cycle. We wish to highlight the key importance of this mechanism in the effective implementation of the 2003 Convention. Indeed, the evaluation body plays a decisive role by considering nominations for the Intangible Cultural Heritage List, proposals for programs, as well as requests for international assistance. We wish to reiterate our deepest gratitude to the members of the evaluation body for their exemplary professionalism, their impartiality, and their thorough work in undertaking the task assigned to them. We express our gratitude to the outgoing members of the body for the work undertaken throughout their term, and we congratulate the newly elected members, and we will support them and wish them every success in their future position. Madam Chairperson, the group which was elected under Group 5B for 2021 and 2024 deserves our thanks for the remarkable work undertaken. This has highlighted the work in the Syrian Arab Republic, but it has also stepped up the prestige of our work in the other Arab countries as well. We wish to thank this organization for the work that they've undertaken and their impartiality, and we wish them every success in the future. We also take note with appreciation of the nomination of the Saudi Heritage Preservation Society, which will now be part of the evaluation body under the electoral group 5B. Since it was created in 2010, this non-profit organization has stood out for its active commitment to the protection of intangible cultural heritage, which meets growing needs in the area of raising awareness, protecting, and ensuring intergenerational transmission. It has been accredited as an advisory body to UNESCO since 2020, and Saudi Heritage Preservation Society as such plays a key role in enhancing and safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, while also significantly contributing to the universal objectives of UNESCO. Given the constant commitment of Saudi Arabia to the protection of intangible cultural heritage, as well as its constructive input when it comes to achieving the goals of the organizations, Algeria expresses its full support to the Saudi Heritage Preservation Society in its role representing our electoral group for the 2025-2028 cycle of the evaluation body. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Algeria, I give the floor to Morocco. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the floor. The delegation of the Kingdom of Morocco welcomes the election of the Saudi Heritage Preservation Society of our brother Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a member of the evaluation body for 2025, representing the Arab group. We're convinced that their presence within this important body of our convention will bring undoubted added value to the efforts already underway to ensure in-depth and consistent examination of nomination files. We are also convinced of the decisive role that the evaluation body members have to play when it comes to safeguarding and protecting the living heritage of our communities, as well as promoting their identity and resilience. It would be remiss of me to close without thanking our brethren country of Saudi Arabia, as well as Brazil and Sri Lanka from groups 3 and 4, respectively. We wish these members every success in their task, and we also thank the Secretariat for their unwavering support to the work undertaken by the evaluation body. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Morocco. We now move on to item 15, the number of files submitted for the 2024 and 2025 cycles, and number of files that can be treated in the 2026 and 2027 cycles. The number of files is an important issue that provides a basis for constituting a nomination cycle. Let me give the floor now to Madame Secretary so that she can provide us with details on this item. Please go ahead, Fumiko.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dear members of the committee, document 15 is made up of 2 parts. The first part is a report on the 2 ongoing nomination cycles, that is the 2024 and 2025 cycles. And then the second part is a proposal for the number of files that can be treated in the immediate next 2 cycles, that is the 2026 and 2027 cycles. So let me first tell you a little bit about how things were for the 2024 and 2025 cycles. Document 15 provides information on the nominations that were treated respectively as part of a 2024 cycle, 71 files, and 2025 cycle, 69 files. In terms of the number, since the introduction of the annual ceiling, these 2 cycles can be considered the biennium with the highest number of submitted files. And this includes 19 files that were treated outside the annual ceiling. I would like to focus rather your attention on the 2025 cycle because we have already just seen the 2024 cycles in this committee, so what is
probably the most interesting is the composition of the next immediate cycle. And the situation is really quite heavy, let me say. Because for this cycle, in order to constitute this cycle, we had to consider as many as 142 files for the annual ceiling of 60 that were established 2 years before. So when the Secretariat establishes a cycle, we go through the priority system that is established in the text. And first we look at the priority 0, and we received an exceptionally high number, and we treated 48 files. For your memory, that priority 0 gives a chance for submitting states to have a slot once every other year. So we already gave 48 slots to priority 0. And then the next priority, that was priority 1 for nominations submitted for the USL, or from states that have no inscribed elements. We had 7 nominations under this priority 1. So already 55 places were taken, let's say. And then when we came to the next priority, priority 2 for the multinationals, then 5 multinational files could be taken out of 18 received. In other words, 30 multinational files could not be fitted in the 2025 cycle. We had another text of the committee that gave us a way to sort out multinational files without multinational files. It's like a priority within the priority. So basically, we look at the submitting states and found 1 or more states within a nomination that had no national elements inscribed. So these 5 multinational nominations included in 2025 was chosen on that basis. In this session, we heard so many times the importance of multinational nominations, and indeed paragraph 13 of the operational directives encourages states parties to jointly submit multinational nominations to the lists of the convention when an element is found on the territory of more than one state party. Despite this encouragement, for the first time, not all multinational files received could be treated. And in fact, what is happening in terms of that trend is that this mechanism is really becoming to be used quite well. So the statistics of the situation before 19Com, we had 730 elements, and 85 of them were multinational, involving as many as 103 states. And this time, 19Com examined and inscribed 16 additional multinational files, and these 16 multinational files are involving 62 states. So you can see that this mechanism involves really so many countries, and the fact that for the first time we could not fit 30 multinational files in a 2025 cycle means correspondingly so many countries had to be disappointed. So through document 15, the Secretariat proposes 3 main solutions. Firstly, we propose that an extended prioritization system within multinational files may be given preference to those files that could not be treated in the previous cycle. That's the first step. And secondly, perhaps we feel that the prioritization system may be considered in such a way for states to indicate multinational files as priority 0 for the next 2 cycles. So those states that have a place under priority 0 would be able to fish up the multinational files because they are considered important. Thirdly, states are encouraged, and they are really the Secretariat requests very respectfully, to refrain from submitting multinational nominations multiple times in the same cycle, And perhaps, if necessary, groups of submitting states who have submitted more than one multinational file in a given cycle, and particularly I'm speaking about those that were submitted for the most recent deadline, perhaps could be requested to choose which of their multinational files should be considered. So try to reduce the list of those multinational files that could not be treated. So these were the 3 concrete proposals that the Secretariat made for your consideration. For the sake of clarity, I wish to mention that for the 2 upcoming cycles, the following procedures will continue to be treated outside the annual ceiling. These include transfer requests between the lists and between the urgent safeguarding list and the register. Also, the follow-up of inscribed elements, if ever that becomes a case, and nominations on an extended or reduced basis. So these were already the case for 2024, and then we propose to continue, just also because we were coming out of the global reflection on the listing mechanisms, and we believe that it is important to try to continue the system established to see the trend. It is a bit too early to change anything because we only had the first year of the experience. But at the same time, we are being flexible. We would like to be flexible. Our prevision going forward is that if we do that, perhaps in these 2 cycles, 2026 and 2027, perhaps we would have to treat around 80 files per cycle. That is our provision, but we believe that might be necessary. I would also like to just end my presentation by saying one word about the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, and it goes in the same vein with what I said about the categories of dossiers outside annual ceiling. On one hand, the register continues to be underused because only very few programs are selected. And I understand this is a point of concern, and this has been considered very carefully during the global reflection mechanisms. Just a reminder that a new reflection has been initiated to initiate an online platform to implement more broadly the Article 18. And from our point of view, that is perhaps the priority for the committee, to sort of see what will happen under the priority, and not necessarily, maybe it's again a touch too early to touch the prioritization concerning the register, because you cannot do everything all at the same time. So we need to look at the way that the priority 0 is managed, try to reduce a little bit of the multiple submissions of multinational nominations, and somehow try to have more experience on treating nominations outside the ceiling cases, and then collect information and review the situation. That would be the Secretariat proposal, the most broad, most common way forward that we can think of to satisfy the largest constituencies of our family. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor.
Muchas gracias, Fumiko.
Thank you very much, Fumiko. I now open the floor if anyone wishes to make any comments. Haiti, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Haiti, first of all, wishes to thank the Secretariat for the in-depth work as well as the clear report presented on item 15. The analysis highlights complex challenges, but given the high participation rate we're seeing, this is not such bad news. It reflects the growing commitment of states parties to the Convention and highlights its key role in the preservation of our intangible cultural heritage. This is a positive challenge, and we can see that our work is bearing fruit. We share the concerns of the Secretariat regarding the underutilization of the Good Safeguarding Practices Register, which is a very useful tool. This register highlights exemplary practices in the area of safeguarding intangible cultural heritage and is directly aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. By showcasing innovative and effective practices, it serves to encourage practices in line with SDG 2 as well as SDG 4, transmission, intergenerational transmission, as well as SDG 5, gender equality, the creation of economic opportunities, SDG 8, and the promotion of cultural practices which are respectful of the environment, SDG 13. As set out in paragraph 6 and 13 of the report, this tool is underutilized and the number of submissions is decreasing. In 2025, only one file will be examined, for example, and this could lead to an imbalance within the mechanisms of the Convention by reducing opportunities to diversify different types of safeguarding as promoted by the Convention. In order to address these concerns, Haiti has submitted an amendment in order to improve the visibility and the use of the Good Safeguarding Practices Register with the development of strategies and initiatives for raising awareness in order to promote the use of the register, as well as the conclusions of the working group on Article 18 and proposals to enlarge practices for inscription, just like we did for the representative list, in order to ensure greater equity and higher participation of communities and local stakeholders, while recognizing the value of multinational files to strengthen international cooperation. We believe it is also just as vital to ensure better use and visibility of the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, which is key in the safeguarding of our intangible cultural heritage. We believe that this amendment will enable us to give greater visibility to the tool in line with the principles of the Convention, and we hope that the committee will support it. We hope that together we will be able to continue moving the Convention forwards in achieving its ambitious goals. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Haiti. I give the floor to China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our delegation would like to thank the Secretariat for the report on this item. Regarding the 2026 and 2027 cycle, we share the concerns what the Secretariat has just mentioned, the underutilization of the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. So we hope that the committee would pay more attention to the register. In accordance with the committee's discussion and decisions adopted yesterday on the agenda item 7, and in order to better implement paragraph 39.3 of the operational directives and to encourage the submission of proposals to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, we appreciate the Secretariat's effort in revising Form ICH 02 USL to RL, but taking into account that the new form needs time to be revised, our delegation would like to suggest that proposals for the register from states parties whose transfer requests were examined by the 19th session of the committee, and from those whose transfer requests will be examined by the 20th session of the committee, will be treated outside of the annual sealing. And we have already submitted an amendment to this draft decision accordingly. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, China. Slovakia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. We would like to once again commend the Secretariat and the evaluation body for their exceptional work. We are fully aware of the considerable workload involved, especially given the increasing number of multinational files, as well as the growing volume of requests and procedures being handled outside the annual sealing. In this regard, we fully support the proposal to maintain the ceiling at no more than 60 nominations for the 2026 and 2027 cycles in order to ensure the highest quality of evaluations and the Secretariat's work. Madam Chairperson, multinational files represent a unique opportunity to foster cooperation among submitted states, as they require close collaboration and consultation to highlight the shared nature of these elements. For that reason, we support the suggestions made by the Secretariat for the 2026 and 2027 cycles concerning the multinational files. Moreover, these files have proven to be of great value to submitting states, especially those with few or no elements inscribed, offering them the chance to enhance their capacities. We encourage states submitting multinational nominations to include such underrepresented states whenever possible, in order to strengthen geographical representation. Furthermore, in light of the ongoing underutilization of the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, we fully support the proposal put forward by Haiti to examine the situation and offer suggestions on how to increase access to and visibility of the register. One possible approach, as we previously suggested under item 10, would be to create a mechanism for extending the selections for good safeguarding practices, similar to the procedure for the representative list, to allow more state parties and communities to contribute in the future. There are already cases of multinational safeguarding practices, programs and projects which can serve as good examples. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Slovakia. Indeed, I think we agree on the fact that multinational nominations are very much in line with the spirit of the Convention. I give the floor to the United Arab Emirates now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor and for your leadership in steering our discussion. Your Excellencies, distinguished members and colleagues, the United Arab Emirates would like to express its appreciation to the Secretariat for the thoughtful analysis presented in this report on the number of files processed for the 2024 and 2025 cycles. We recognize the complexities involved in balancing the annual ceiling with the increasing demand from state parties to have their nominations considered. This increased interest demonstrates the growing commitment to the protection of intangible cultural heritage worldwide and the importance that communities place on international recognition of their heritage. However, we note the challenges posed by the current limit of 60 nominations per cycle, which has resulted in backlogs and delays, particularly affecting multinational nominations and priority cases from underrepresented states. As the Convention continues to gain traction globally, we believe it's critical to explore solutions that would allow for a greater number of files to be processed while maintaining the high standards set by this committee. In this regard, we hope to consider potential ways to expand processing capacity, such as through prioritization of underutilized mechanisms, such as the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, or by exploring innovative, flexible approaches within the existing structure. We believe that an increase in the number of files processed per cycle, in addition to strategic prioritization, would enhance inclusiveness and equity within the Convention's listing processes. We stand ready to support the Committee's efforts to find sustainable solutions to meet the aspirations of all Member States. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. The UK is supportive of multinational listings and the spirit of these nominations, which celebrate our connections and shared cultural heritage. As such, it is a shame that 13 multinational nominations could not be treated for the 2025 cycle, and the UK appreciates and supports the efforts taken by the Secretariat to address this issue. We welcome the ongoing monitoring of future trends and will be supportive of potential greater prioritisation for multinational nominations. Furthermore, we fully support the call for more submissions to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, and we repeat our congratulations to Oman, Slovakia and Ukraine for showing their excellent projects. We think it would be interesting to consider if future nominations to the Register could be featured more prominently during the committee meeting, where the communities could be invited to share their experiences and increase the dialogue around best safeguarding Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Brazil.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Raised by the Secretariat regarding the current priority system. While the system is essential for safeguarding our cultural heritage, it is facing significant challenges. We observe an increasingly concentration of multinational nominations, which are placing a considerable strain on the annual processing quota. This issue warrants further reflection as it risks undermining the fair and balanced representation of all cultures on the list. The rise in multinational nominations has reduced the diversity of practices inscribed on the International Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, undermining its purpose of showcasing diverse safeguarding efforts. Paragraphs 6 and 7 of the report are alarming. In 2024, only 3 dossiers will be considered for inclusion, and in 2025, just 1 practice may be inscribed. This trend is deeply concerning as the register is a vital tool for sharing successful safeguarding approaches that can inspire others, and its diminishing role could have long-term consequences for global cultural preservation. We must recognize that the register of good practice is especially relevant to developing countries, where it can make a profound difference in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Given these considerations, it is clear that the trend we are observing in the processing of nominations cannot be ignored. As outlined in paragraph 17 of the document, the Secretariat is concerned and recommends that this trend continue to be monitored. In Brazil's view, the proposed decision could go further to address the issue more effectively by proposing strategies to enhance the visibility and impact of an international register of good practices. Brazil would like to recall that the purpose of the Convention is not merely celebrate intangible heritage, but to actually safeguard it and use it as a tool for sustainable development, contributing to the social and economic well-being of communities. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Can we now move on to the draft decision 19-15? I'm sorry. Peru, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Peru congratulates and thanks the Secretariat for the work done on the nominations that have been pressed, and also the fact that this is fully in line with the spirit of the Convention. We think it's essential to maintain priority 0 as it is in paragraph 34 of the guidelines. This is absolutely essential to be able to allow the active participation and representativeness in listing, so that all states parties can make visible and safeguard their intangible cultural heritage. Although we are very happy about the international cooperation reflected in multinational nominations, we are also concerned about the recurring presence of a number of states parties in the same proposal in the same cycle. This could lead to imbalances and limit the access of other countries, and perhaps to take us away from the collaborative spirit that is reflected in the Convention. So we would invite the committee to think about this practice and perhaps to look at the nominations and promote those nominations that would promote more equal representation there in the endeavours. We're also worried about the underutilisation of the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, which is absolutely essential for innovative, sustainable methodologies for safeguarding to be promoted. We would hope that it could be revitalised with proposals that would reflect the proposals of bearer communities, so that we can strengthen its implementation. We would also say that a system of management of the nominations would be good, that would be something in line with equity and cooperation, so that the listing could actually reflect the wealth and diversity of intangible cultural heritage in all regions of the world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Peru. If there are no other interventions at this point, I would propose that we adopt Draft decision 19-COM15 as shown on the screens. Can we proceed paragraph by paragraph, please? So let's turn to paragraph 1, citing the document we have examined. I see no objection. It is duly adopted. Paragraph 2, recalling the relevant provisions of the operational directives, as well as previous decisions. I see no objections. Hereby adopted. Paragraph 3, taking note of the number of files treated in the 2024 and 2025 cycles. I see no objections. Adopted. Paragraph 4, deciding the annual unsealing as 60 for the 2026 and 2027 cycles. No objections. India, please. Would you like to intervene at this point? Go ahead.
Excellency, I just want to understand why would the Secretariat want to have 2 cycles decided at this point in time? Why not restrict it only for the 2026 cycle? What is the rationale to say that it should be for 2026 and 2027? Shouldn't the call for 2027 be taken in a different committee meeting? Or is it as per the rules of procedure that we always decide 2 or 3 years in advance? So I just need the Secretariat's guidance in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Fumiko, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it has been the practice of the listing system management to establish the number of annual sealing 2 years before for the 2 subsequent years. And in this way, we can better manage. Sorry. And this comes from paragraph 33 of the operational directives. I cite, the committee determines 2 years beforehand, in accordance with the available resources and its capacity, the number of files that can be treated in the course of the 2 following cycles, which in total is set at no more than 60. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Fumiko. Excellency, was your question answered?
India. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Fumiko, for mentioning that initially you had mentioned that it is a practice, but thereafter you mentioned that it is as per the operational guidelines, which means that it is as per the rules of procedure, that 2 years in advance is done. And it's not the practice part of it that's important, but what is written in the operational guidelines that we are guided by. So thank you so much for this clarification. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you to you, Excellency. We can continue. So paragraph 4, deciding the annual sealing for 2026 and 27 cycles. Can we approve this? Can we adopt it? It is adopted. Paragraph 5, about exercising some flexibility for the sake of equity. I see no objections. Adopted.
En el párrafo 6.
Paragraph 6, with regard to the prioritization system, there is an amendment that has been proposed by France and Spain. Can we approve that? Is it approved as on screen? Any objections? I see no objections. Burkina Faso, please. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Now, here, we normally hear explanations for the amendments. The authors or the proponents of the amendments tend to do that. Would it be possible for the proponents to brief us on the spirit under them? Yes, you're absolutely right. Franz will explain this. Franz, would you like to take the floor? Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Yes, it's a pleasure to be able to give further details on this amendment. Generally, amendments, the amendment is together with Spain with regard to the clarification of any possible ambiguities in the language used in the draft decision as proposed. This is paragraph 6. There are 2 amendments to. Here we would be replacing the bullet points by ABC simply to explain that there is a degree of priorities established within priority 2. So by using ABC, we are saying that A would be a priority over B and B a priority over C. With regard to the paragraph starting small c, the idea is to state clearly, as the Secretariat has explained, that when it comes to multinational nominations, we would also refer to the same language used in B rather. Thank you, Franz. Could we then approve these sub-points? I see no objection. Adopted then. Let's move on to paragraph 7, please, about how to deal with multinational files that could not be treated in the 2025 cycle. Can we approve this as it appears on the screen to you? I see no objections. Adopted. Let's move on to paragraph 8. Inviting states parties to bear in mind the current situation when preparing multinational nominations in the future. Can we approve this as you see it on the screen? I see no objections. Adopted. Paragraph 9. China has already explained this paragraph to us. Are there any questions from committee members about it? I see not. Can we adopt it then? Algeria, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I would like to ask you to add Algeria to the list with regard to this proposal that has been made by the Republic of China under 9. Thank you, Excellency. Algeria has now been added. Can we approve it? It is adopted. Don't see any hands. Don't see any hands. Then we adopt it.
El nuevo párrafo 10.
New paragraph 10. Haiti has explained this paragraph. Would any committee member like to ask a question? Slovakia, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. We would just like to be added as co-sponsors of this amendment. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Slovakia. Slovakia has been added. Would any other country? France, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Yes, as you have just heard, the same rock, we would also like to be added as co-proponent. We will add France, Spain. Exactly the same, please. Yes. India?
We would like to support the amendment suggested by Haiti. Thank you.
We will add India. China?
Madam Chair, we would like to support this amendment. Thank you.
República Dominicana.
Dominican Republic? Thank you, Chairperson. We support the amendment. We're adding China, the Dominican Republic too. Paraguay? Barbados too?
Zambia.
Zambia too? Uganda?
Muy bien.
Can we now adopt it then? I see no objections. It is adopted. Let's move on to paragraph 11. With regard to future reporting. And let me give Franz the floor to explain this amendment. Please go ahead, Franz. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We would simply like to ask the Secretariat to include in the report the trends that we would observe with regard to the submissions in the case of ICH and sustainable development, because this is something that's come up a number of times here in this session, and we believe that this would be a good starting point for our future thinking. And I think it would be done in 2 years, and I think that would give enough time for the Secretariat, and also with regard to the files to be able to take up the major trends. Yes, thank you very much. Slovakia, would you like to say something?
Madam Chairperson, equally we would like to be added as co-sponsors of this amendment. Thank you.
Gracias, Slovakia.
Thank you, Slovakia. Any other country? Would you Haiti? Barbados? China? Germany too? Dominican Republic? I think that is all the countries. Can we adopt this paragraph? I see no further comments. I see no opposition. We can adopt it. Now, what we need to do is adopt the draft decision as a whole. Seeing no objections, then, I therefore declare decision 19.com15 adopted.
Pasamos ahora al punto 10.
We are moving on now to item 16, date and place of the 20th session of the committee, to be held at the end of 2025. I have been informed that there is some good news to be shared with all of us. Perhaps the delegation from India would like to take the floor. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Excellency. It gives me pleasure to announce that India had written to the Secretariat to host the 20 COM of the ICH in India. We have communicated to the Secretariat vis-à-vis a note verbal, and I would request the Secretariat to kindly guide us through that process. Thank you.
Fumiko tiene la.
Fumiko has the floor. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you. So, Rule 4.1 of the Rules of Procedure stipulates that the committee shall determine at each session the date and place of the next session in consultation with the Director General. So this item concerns date and place of the next session. The Secretariat has managed to confirm with the authorities of India, I believe, that the 20th session can be held from 8 to 13 December 2025. And the draft decision on the screens have been, when the draft decision will be displayed, these dates will be reflected. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Fumiko. So we are very, very happy.
And then I think normally we need to ask India where the place will be.
Excellencia.
Excellency.
See, India has given to the Secretariat vis-à-vis a note verbal giving a response to that very specific question. And I would like to inform you that the Government of India has proposed New Delhi for now, and we hope that the committee agrees to that. I give the floor back to you, Excellency. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Excellency. So we are very happy to hear your country's proposal to hold the 20th session next year in New Delhi. Esteemed members, following the proposal from India to host the 20th session, I suggest that we accept the very kind proposal by acclamation.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now we have to decide on the dates. Let me invite Madam Secretary.
The note verbals that the distinguished Ambassador of India has mentioned, I confirm that the 20th session could be held from 8 to 13 December 2025, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Fumiko. So the proposal as to the date and place of the next session is very clear. Let us move now to the decision, which we should see on the screen. May I ask the committee to adopt this decision as shown on the screens? Seeing no objections. I therefore declare decision 19-16 adopted. I understand that India wishes to show us a video and to say a few words. Excellency, you have the floor.
Tiene la palabra, Excelencia.
Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency. We look forward to having you all in India, and we look forward to winning your hearts through your stomachs and offering you wonderful Indian delicacies, showing you wonderful Indian art forms, the Indian forms of dance, art, craft, and introduce you to the ancient culture of India with the touch of modernity and technology. 2025 is an iconic year for the ICH 2003 convention because it's the 20th anniversary. And those of you who are there for the WHC know that when it comes to India, be prepared to see a lot of colors, be prepared to see a lot of sights, do a lot of shopping, and gain some weight when you come to India. So it gives us great happiness to welcome, we look forward to welcoming the ICH family, people and experts of the intangible cultural heritage from all over the world. We look forward to welcoming our brothers and sisters from Africa, our brothers and sisters from Latin America, our brothers and sisters from Western Europe, from Eastern Europe, from the heartlands of the Central Asian steppes, from Asia Pacific, and most importantly, our brothers and sisters from the SIDS. Come to Mother India, for she is waiting. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Excellency.
Ahora que hemos abordado
Now that we have discussed the date and venue of the 20th session of the committee, in 2025, we can move on to item 17, election of the members of the Bureau of the 20th session of the committee. Madam Secretary, the floor is yours to present this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under this item, I wish to refer to the rules of procedure of the committee, notably Rule 12 and Rule 13. The committee shall elect its bureau, which consists of a chairperson, one or more vice chairpersons, and a rapporteur who shall remain in office until the end of the next ordinary session. When electing the Bureau, the committee shall ensure equitable geographical representation and a balance among the various fields of intangible cultural heritage. Needless to say, the members of the Bureau also need to be members of the committee. It has been the custom of this committee that all electoral groups be represented in its bureau through the chairperson and vice chairpersons. It is also the practice of this committee that the rapporteur should not express his or her opinion or vote in the capacity as a rapporteur. This is to respect the principle of equitable geographical representation within the bureau. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Fumiko.
Thank you, Fumiko. According to our practice, the chairperson of the Bureau shall be from the host country of the committee session concerned. May I ask India if a chairperson has been identified? I give the floor to India.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Can you please repeat the question? Thank you. Thank you.
De acuerdo con nuestra.
According to our practice, the chairperson of the Bureau shall be from the host country of the committee session concerned. May I ask India if a chairperson has been identified?
Excellency, at this point in time, we request the committee members that please, we require some more time to decide the chairperson, and at this point in time, we do not have the name of the chairperson. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Excellency.
Bien.
Very well. We take note that while we have already decided that the 20th session will take place in India, a nominal chairperson has not yet been identified. In this situation, which has been discussed in the Bureau, we will proceed to elect 6 Bureau members from all electoral groups. We would then ask the indulgence of the committees to suspend part of Rule 13.1 by a 2/3 majority of the committee members present and voting to give the time to the Bureau to identify a chairperson. In January, a nominal chairperson will be elected from among the existing vice chairpersons through electronic consultation with the committee members upon proposal from the Bureau. You may remember that we were faced with similar situations in 2020 and 2021 when the nominal chairperson had not yet been identified. In this case, we also decided to elect the chairperson through electronic consultation with the committee decisions 15-12 and 16-18. If the proposed solution is agreeable, I will ask the Secretariat to propose an alternative draft decision, which will allow us to elect the chairperson of the committee for its 20th session through electronic consultation by the 31st of January 2025 at the latest. Do you have any objections as to suspending part of Rule 13.1 of our Rules of Procedure in order to allow the Bureau time to identify a chairperson? I see no objections. May I ask the members of the committee to make a proposal regarding the rapporteur? I understand that there has been a proposal tabled. The United Arab Emirates, you have the floor. Over to you.
Tenemos problema con el sonido.
We seem to be having some sound issues. Could I ask the technical team to come and assist the delegation?
For the rapporteur, it will be from the United Arab Emirates.
Sí. ¿Cuál es el nombre?
Could you please give us the name of the rapporteur proposed by the UAE?
It will be Ms. Aisha Kamali from the United Arab Emirates Permanent Delegation at UNESCO.
Gracias y
Thank you, and congratulations to Ms. Aisha Kamali. I understand from the Bureau that we have proposals for the vice chairpersons. May I turn to outgoing members to inform us about the proposal from each electoral group? Electoral Group 1, Germany.
Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. Germany proposes France as vice chairperson for the upcoming Bureau term. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. So we have France for Electoral Group 1. Electoral Group 2, Uzbekistan.
Thank you, dear Chairperson. We propose Slovakia.
Muchas gracias, Excelente.
Thank you very much, Excellency. For Electoral Group 3, Paraguay proposes Barbados as vice chair.
Así mismo.
That's correct.
El grupo electoral 4.
Electoral Group 4. As we just decided to hold our next session in India, we can skip this group. Now, Electoral Group 5A, Angola.
Angola
proposes Ethiopia as vice chair. Thank you very much, Excellency. Electoral Group 5B, Algeria. Thank you, Chair. We would like to propose the Islamic Republic of Mauritania as Vice Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Algeria.
Propongo entonces.
I propose that we adopt Decision 19-17 as amended to reflect our discussion. Can we adopt the whole decision as shown on screen? As displayed on the screen. I see no objections. I therefore declare Decision 19-17 adopted as amended.
Estimados colegas,
Dear colleagues, I would like to propose that we now move on to the examination of item 18, other business. May I ask if committee members wish to discuss any issues under this item? I see no requests for the floor. We can therefore move on.
pasemos al punto.
Let us proceed with item 19, concerning the adoption of the list of decisions. I would like to ask Madam Secretary to take us through this item.
So I refer to Rule 43 of the Rules of Procedures of the Committee. Under this rule, the committee shall adopt the report of this session in the form of a list of decisions. The Secretariat has compiled the decisions adopted during this week up to today midday, and the compilation of the decision was sent earlier this afternoon to all committee members by circular message so as to allow you to read the decisions. It is the practice of the committee to delegate the responsibility of validating the decisions concerning items examined items today to the rapporteur. The rest of the decisions that you would not have had a chance to read, you would ask the rapporteur to validate it. And the Secretariat will incorporate those decisions in the document, the final document, before publishing it online. Allow me to remind you that this is not the time to reopen discussions that were already closed, but rather to check that the Secretariat has not made any technical errors. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Fumiko.
Thank you, Fumiko. Are there any comments on the decisions as presented? I see none. I consider this list of decisions approved, subject to an addition to be made with the confirmation of our rapporteur and linguistic revisions by the Secretariat. The final version will be published online by the Secretariat. It is hereby adopted. Thank you.
Señoras y señores,
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, as we approach the end of this 19th session of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, I wish to express my warmest gratitude to all of you for your invaluable contributions, your dedication, and the spirit of collaboration and consensus that have guided our discussions throughout this intense week. We have navigated through a very dense agenda, but thanks to your active cooperation, we have managed to discuss and decide on everything we had on our plate. I would like to express my special gratitude to the vice chairpersons and the rapporteur, Luva Blanska, for their support, commitment, and hard work. Your contributions have been essential to the success of this session, and I truly appreciate all of your support and cooperation throughout the past 12 months. Dear committee members, delegates, representatives of accredited NGOs, UNESCO chairs and Category 2 centres, dear colleagues, many of you have travelled from very far, and I would like to thank all of you for joining us here in Asunción. It was a great honour and a real pleasure for me to chair this session of the Intergovernmental Committee here in my beloved Paraguay. Before we close, allow me to summarise some of the key achievements, facts and figures of this session. We had a total of 1,084 registered participants from 123 countries, including 165 representatives of accredited NGOs. 66 files were inscribed on the lists of the convention. We have 2 new inscriptions on the urgent safeguarding list, 58 on the representative list, and 3 new programs were added to the register of good safeguarding practices. 3 elements were transferred from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list. 18 reports on the status of elements inscribed on the urgent safeguarding list were examined. Periodic reports from all 44 African states parties were examined. We established a new evaluation body and decided that it will examine 60 files in the 2026 and 2027 cycles. We spent 12 hours discussing nominations and 20 on the rest of our busy agenda. Participants spent together 17 hours enjoying the 68 side events, and all of this in the space of only 7 days. I would like to sincerely thank all of those who made this 19th session of the committee possible for their tremendous work around the clock. I express my deepest appreciation to the interpreters, technicians, and all the teams behind the scenes, including coordinators, guides, hoteliers, servers, chefs, drivers, volunteers, and all of the others whose tireless efforts have made this committee's meeting successful. Their tireless efforts have ensured that this committee's meeting was both smooth and truly memorable. And before I thank the Director General, I would just like to say a few words in Guarani.
Paraguay oipe akuri PM hoke hai corazón ya pahawa ondive Peheshao orere kobe, orere miandu, oremba eapo, orene tangwa anga. Peisha roiputumo oikobe hawa te tangwera rekote. Oñeñangareko umi barupibe opababe batapisha hatenta ipu agua hawa. El Paraguay abrió.
Paraguay opened its doors and its heart to the world for this celebration of culture, to show who we are as a people. We hope to contribute in this way to living heritage, its preservation, and above all, to lay the foundations for peace worldwide.
Ya teraña henduo akointe ñanderekove henyha jeha sapona ha oñemohu abawi abei ha peixa ko aty oneneta Paraguaype omahe hu'ame. Excellencias,
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, as we always say, human existence, unfortunately, is defined by all good things coming to an end, and this is the case today. And lastly, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to the Director General of UNESCO, Ms. Audrey Azoulay, the Assistant Director General for Culture, Mr. Ernesto Otone, who had to leave, and the Secretary of the Convention, Ms. Fumiko Ohinata, and her team. I saw them working day and night before and throughout this week to ensure that our work was not only possible but also efficient and enjoyable. And before closing this session, I would like to give a final opportunity to the Secretary of the Convention to say a few words. Dear Fumiko, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. Dear committee members, observers, those who are here but also following us online, it is with a sense of relief but also a sense of satisfaction that I take the floor for one last time. I would like to thank in particular the committee members for their excellent spirit of dialogue, cooperation, advice, spending this week together and reflecting how to better work together on safeguarding our living heritage item after item. We have tried our best. I would like to convey the message from the Assistant Director General for Culture, Mr. Ernesto Otone, who had to leave a little bit earlier, but he asked me, please, also from himself, to thank all committee members for the cooperation, for the work achieved together. And with him, we are looking forward very much to continuing our cooperation. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible leadership of our chairperson, Her Excellency Ms. Nancy Oblado-Gorostiaga, Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of the Republic of Paraguay to UNESCO. Madam Ambassador, your warmness, your open heart, really the Secretariat had a wonderful year preparing the committee together, and Ambassador's team back in Paris, but also in Assumption, gave all possibilities to make this session a very memorable one. I think we would always remember the heartfelt singing of our chairperson that weaved through this session throughout. As we leave Assumption and return to our respective home, we carry with us memories of the many moments we shared this week, and we try to put together a little album for you. But also, these photos are already available on our website, and I hope that we would enjoy them together with some new initiatives we tried, such as certificate ceremonies, but a way to celebrate nominations together. We will continue to try to make the committee
a useful and enjoyable place to celebrate the living heritage of our diversity together. Once again, allow me to thank the organization team, the host country, all the technicians, interpreters, and also allow me to just thank my own team for working together. We look forward to continuing our work. We already have a plan for the next 12 months and looking forward to seeing you in New Delhi, India in December 2025. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Fumiko.
Thank you, Fumiko. You are a custodian of the convention and a pillar of the convention. Before I officially close our session, we have a request from the focal points of Crespiel to take the floor. I give the floor to the Dominican Republic, a member of the committee, to briefly make a statement. I believe it's a statement on the importance of intangible cultural heritage and food security within the context of climate change. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Given the intensity of events that have taken place throughout this session on the protection of intangible cultural heritage, where we've seen the key role of the 2003 Convention for Humankind, I would like to make this statement. This convention represents the values, practices, and knowledge transmitted from one generation to the next, strengthening the identity of peoples, fostering social cohesion, and enriching intercultural dialogue, building a new concept of heritage, which is expressed not only through the iconic work of Western culture, as was previously considered, with great monuments from age-old cultures that everyone knows from Western culture. Today, we have a new concept of heritage. That was something that was in place up until the end of the 20th century on the basis of Eurocentric approaches. We thought it would be relevant to come up with a document which highlights the importance of adopting effective measures for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage in all of its forms, recognizing that this is not just a task for the bearer communities, but also for humanity as a whole. And in this framework, the Asunción Declaration reaffirms the commitment of states and practitioners to work together to preserve intangible cultural heritage as a key pillar of our shared humanity. This is why we urge all of you here today to unanimously support this document, which will support the sustainability of the common heritage of humankind, not just that which is expressed in well-known monuments. This is why we would urge you to support the Declaration of Asunción, as we all participated in this meeting here in Paraguay. Thank you very much. Paraguay, I give you the floor.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam Chairperson, distinguished delegates, it was a great honor to welcome you to Asunción, which is a city that is deeply linked to traditions that make up our identity. In this land where culture is a living force, we understand that ICH doesn't just retain the memory of who we are, but it also guides us forward to what we may become. The proposal for the Asunción Declaration is the outcome of collective endeavors led by the Regional Center for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage, Latin America and the Caribbean. Through the focal points, it reflects the value that we attach in our region to this connection between cultural heritage and food security. It recognizes that traditions aren't just a legacy from the past, but rather essential tools to be able to address the challenges of the present. We do hope, too, that this document will be evidence of the importance of the regional centres that have been promoted by UNESCO to drive forward the integration of countries. Latin America is a highly diverse, multicultural region, and in that diversity there is tremendous potential for it to become a great voice for the world today. Madam Chairperson, we thank Paraguay for and you for depositing your trust in us. It's an honor for us to have this statement made in our country. It is a contribution for a global society that connects culture, identity, and the needs of people. I would like to ask Crespiel representatives to take the floor if they could. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Paraguay.
Thank you, Paraguay. I would like to give the floor to the representative of Crespiel.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to explain the Creswell focal points work with regard to addressing climate change with regard to the 19th session of the Intergovernmental Committee, and that has just approved this declaration. The focal points in Creswell meeting here in Asunción are extended their warmest thanks to the government of Paraguay for hosting this meeting, acknowledging that the city of Asunción is a living testament of the values and principles enshrined in the Convention on the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. Is a call on governments, communities and stakeholders to really consider intangible cultural heritage as a component that is crucial with regard to the protection of food security in the face of climate change, and to continue to work on programs to build capabilities to promote the leadership and participation of the community in safeguarding intangible cultural heritage associated to climate change and other questions. At the same time, it recognizes the crucial role of UNESCO in promoting these issues worldwide and advocates the acknowledgement of intangible cultural heritage as a fundamental component for sustainable development and food security. Lastly, we call on all stakeholders to support UNESCO's initiative and to work in collaboration towards a future in which the intangible cultural heritage can be given its true value and seen as a powerful tool to guarantee food security, promote cultural diversity and improve resilience in the face of climate challenges. The declaration of the focal points in Cresipa with regard to the linkage of food security and climate change will be available for you on the website. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I would like to give the opportunity to anyone else to make any final comments. Any requests for the floor? Angola, you have the floor. Excellency, Madam Chairperson, distinguished members of the committee representing the distinguished state parties to the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Republic of Angola, please, if I could, let me first of all express our warmest gratitude to Paraguay, to its people, and to the city of Asunción for the warm welcome that they have given us throughout this 19th session of the committee. It has been a tremendous privilege to get to know the rich cultural heritage of Paraguay with all of the remarkable manifestations and expressions that we have been able to experience, as well as the inscription of Guarania as a part of humankind's intangible cultural heritage. This musical style hasn't just given us a chance to hear its beauty. We've heard the melody and its ability to be able to pass on to us the soul of Paraguayan people. We would like to also thank you, Madam Chairperson, for the exemplary way that you have steered this session. Your leadership has been serene and effective and has helped us to have a harmonious atmosphere among all participants. It is hard to believe that your musical talent has not been appreciated before that. We hope we will have that opportunity, and we would ask you to preserve the spirit of the convention and this quest for consensus at the most difficult times. Thank you to your work. We have been able to respect not only the nature and the essence of the 2003 convention, but also to further its spirit and in its objectives. It's been an honor for Angola to have been one of the vice chairpersons of the Bureau here. Thank you, Ambassador Nancy Olivia de Gorostiaga, for your leadership, and also congratulations to Madam Fumiko Oinata, Secretary of the Convention, and your whole team for the extraordinary work that has been done on behalf of the Convention and for the exceptional organization of this session. Angola stands ready and willing always to collaborate with you and to do what it can with regard to further development of the Convention. This 19th session has been an important milestone for the Convention, which has been reinforced and is even more relevant now to safeguard intangible cultural heritage in an increasingly globalized world. We have been very happy to be able to witness the great diversity, the cultural diversity in all of the elements inscribed, and we've also noted the multinational nominations that show us that culture knows no borders. The wealth and unique nature of diversity, I think, take us beyond geographical divisions and reaffirm the fact that ICH can unite people and nations. Angola was particularly satisfied to see the growing role of the African continent during this session. The significant number of inscriptions from African countries, either individual or multinational listings, reflect Africa's commitment and engagement to protect, to conserve and promote its a tremendous wealth of intangible cultural heritage. This achievement fills us with pride and fills us with new determination to continue to work for the safeguarding of cultural expressions that define our identities and unite our communities. Essentially, then, all in all, as we close this session, we will be leaving not just with resolutions and decisions that have been adopted, but also with a deep aspiration that the spirit of cooperation and cultural diversity that have run through all of our sessions will guide us for future actions. The Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage is unquestionably a unique instrument to celebrate humankind in its most authentic expression. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Angola.
Thank you to Agolu, and thank you so much for all of your support as a Bureau member. China has the floor now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our delegation would like to congratulate to you on your excellent leadership and the brilliant way in which you have conducted the work of the committee, and to express our gratitude to Paraguay for successfully holding this session, which has offered us an opportunity to get to know this beautiful country full of traditions and emotions. We would like to thank Mr. ADG Ernesto Aldone, Ms. Fumiko Ohinada, and her wonderful team, not only for the great efforts that you have made for this session, but also for your daily work for the implementation of the convention. We would also like to extend our gratitude to the members of the committee, states parties, Category 2 centers, NGOs, all the participants, especially all the working staff here and in Paris. In this session, we have shared knowledge, exchanged inspirations, and have made important decisions. We congratulate all the inscriptions programs selected. By working together, we jointly made this session a success for the better implementation of the convention. Lastly, our delegation congratulates India for hosting the 20th session of the committee in 2025. We believe that it will be a wonderful and a successful session, and we are looking forward to meeting with all the committee members in incredible India. We would also like to take this opportunity to express China's interest in hosting the 21st session of the committee, and we are honored to welcome all the delegates to China in 2026. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, China. Germany, you have the floor.
Excelentísima señora Presidenta.
Your Excellency, Chairperson, distinguished Secretary, dear colleagues. First of all, we would like to restate our deepest gratitude to the government and people of Paraguay for having hosted this session of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage in their beautiful country, and with such wonderful hospitality. We congratulate you on a very smooth running and efficient and effective meeting, as well as all of the logistics behind the scenes, and also congratulations on the cultural program that has allowed us to become familiar with the rich cultural panorama of Paraguay. When we go back to Paris, we will take with us our hearts full of magical moments, such as the celebration of the inscription of Guarania, the sound of Paraguayan soul. This session, with all of the debates that we have held in this room and with all of the inscriptions that we've celebrated together, has once again given us inspiration with regard to how to safeguard our intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Likewise, we also deeply thank our beloved Chairperson Nancy Olivia de Gorostiaga for her dedication and her warmth that she expressed to us during all of the procedures in this committee. It has been a wonderful pleasure, a great pleasure for Germany to be a vice chair under your warm leadership, dear Nancy.
Heartfelt gratitude to all our colleagues at the Secretariat under the leadership of Mr. ADG Ernesto Tone and Ms. Fumiko Ohinata for their tireless work and dedication throughout the session, without which we would not have been able to have such a smooth and efficient 19th session of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. As we learned in this session, we will hopefully soon be welcoming states parties number 184 and 85 to our convention. We congratulate South Africa and Sierra Leone, who, as we understand, are in the final phase of ratification of the 2003 convention. By joining the global effort to safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, they will be enriching not only their own societies, but also our shared cultural diversity. This session has highlighted the remarkable growth and impact of the convention. The 100% submission rate of periodic reporting on elements inscribed on the representative list by states parties in Africa testifies to the high awareness of states parties on the importance of working on the safeguarding of ICH, especially after inscription. It is also a wonderful confirmation of the Secretariat's success in capacity building activities, enabling the states to report comprehensively. The rise in multinational nominations is also a clear indication of the Convention's success in fostering international collaboration. However, this growth also presents challenges. The increasing number of nominations underlines the need to address the strain on our statutory organs, particularly the evaluation body and the Secretariat. I would like to thank its members for their commitment and hard work. At the same time, we must collectively explore sustainable solutions to manage the expanding workload while maintaining the quality and integrity of the evaluation process and the reporting processes. Education remains at the heart of the Convention. We deeply appreciate that an increased engagement of teachers and educational institutions regarding safeguarding measures for ICH is being reported, especially with regards to the involvement of ASP.NET schools and Category 2 centers. This testifies to the great potential of cooperating with other UNESCO networks to safeguard ICH on a local level. Our national experience shows that beyond ASP.NET schools and Category 2 centers, other members of the UNESCO family, like biosphere reserves, geoparks, World Heritage sites, or creative cities, can also be involved to build synergies and to transmit cultural and natural heritage practices. Furthermore, we welcome reflections on the role of technology in safeguarding ICH. We believe that emerging technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, present both challenges and opportunities for ICH safeguarding. Digital tools offer means to document and share traditions, but at the same time, we must not lose sight of the lived experiences and human connections at the core of these practices. Hence, Germany welcomes the Secretariat's efforts to explore them in a new thematic initiative on ICH and digital technologies. Facing global challenges such as climate change, the safeguarding of ICH becomes even more urgent. Many traditional practices are tied to their natural environments, which are increasingly under threat. At the same time, ICH can play a vital role in fostering resilience to climate change and in supporting climate adaptation strategies. We must all ensure that cultural preservation and sustainable development go hand in hand. The outcomes of the expert meeting and the draft guidance note on climate action for living heritage are a significant step forward. This session has also reminded us of the intersection between cultural heritage and fundamental human rights. The 2023 inscription of midwifery by 8 states from 4 continents, Slovenia, Cyprus, Kyrgyzstan, Nigeria, Togo, Colombia, Luxembourg, and Germany, demonstrates how cultural practices empower communities and promote dignity. However, this stands in contrast to the heartbreaking situation in Afghanistan, where the recent suspension of women's medical education, including midwifery training, not only erases vital cultural knowledge, but, even worse, threatens human lives very directly. As German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock has stated some days ago, and I quote, "Life for women in Afghanistan is already like prison. The Taliban's suspension of women's health education not only denies basic health care and education, it condemns countless lives. By banning midwifery education, the Taliban are literally erasing Afghanistan's future," unquote. This reality reminds us that safeguarding intangible cultural heritage is not just about preserving traditions, it is about protecting the conditions that allow humanity to exist and to flourish. Looking ahead, I wish to express my gratitude to India for its generous invitation to host the 20th session. We are looking forward to continue our joint work in the committee in the coming year and together again next December in incredible India. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Agoji.
Gracias, querida.
Thank you to you, Kirsten, my dear Kirsten. Thank you for all of your support as well within the Bureau. I give the floor to Spain. Thank you very much, Chairperson. First of all, I'd like to commend you on the wonderful way the very personable way you've carried out this meeting, which has been very intense, very complex at certain moments at times. Thank you for your good attitude, the expertise. It's so nice to appreciate that in these very difficult and intense moments that there has been throughout this this meeting. Our appreciation as well, both to the Director General of UNESCO and to the ADG of Culture, who have done everything, all of this continuous work, and have been very much leading forces in the success we've had these days. We also have to mention the Secretariat of the Convention, as well as the entire team, for the arduous work they've been doing for many months, especially on-site here in Paraguay these days, to make sure that they could respond to all of the needs that states parties had. I would also like to highlight the various initiatives of the Secretariat, such as the certificates, for example, for new inscriptions that was given, which we hope that activity will be continued in the future as well, because it gets us closer actually to the people, to communities. There's this symbolism of being here in Paraguay that it represents, but I also wanted especially to highlight the voice of women in this room strongly and clearly. Strong, clear voices that have represented all of us, male and female along, and that we hope will be heard more and more in the future in a world which unfortunately is not always such a good example of what things should be, which we are a good example of what we're fighting for. I'd also like to thank all the other members of the committee for the very fruitful, beneficial discussion we've had about the various issues here around this meeting, always with the goal of trying to create the best future possible for the 2003 convention. I'd like to thank my colleagues from the delegation as well, the Spanish delegation, for their indefatigable work. And we'd like to thank all of in Spain, we know that the communities, all of the people, the bearers, have been enjoying this, and we will continue to support that everyone continue to offer all of their support for this convention. We'd also like to congratulate India for its generous suggestion to host the next committee. We're also very much aware of the commitment and the effort that it means when you want to organize a meeting like this. We've also been lucky enough to enjoy the excellent way in which India worked in their organization of these types of meetings, since, of course, we were participating in the World Heritage Committee just a few months ago. So thank you very much to India for that as well. We'd also like to thank the sensitive and warmth reception that we were given by the Minister of Culture of Paraguay. Thank you to you, as well as a delegation to UNESCO and all the teams of government of Paraguay. Throughout this week, we've been able to enjoy the cultural diversity of the Paraguayan people. You have allowed us to really come into touch with your wealth, with your rich, intangible cultural heritage. So our thanks to the population of Asunción as well, a city that is so proud to be a mother of cities. And it has welcomed us like a mother welcomes people. So the Spanish delegation is especially grateful to the city of Asunción. And lastly, to the interpreters, and especially those of the Spanish booth, thanks to which they have allowed all of the Spanish-speaking countries to speak in our common language. Also here, thanks to the people of Paraguay, long live Paraguay, with the rhythm of the Guarania.
Muchas gracias. Yo quisiera.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say once again thank you very much to the Kingdom of Spain for having given us the possibility to have interpreting from and into Spanish. So that was a great deal of effort. And you've given us the possibility to be able to speak in our own native language. So thank you very much to Spain for that generosity. I give the floor to Vietnam, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to the government of India for the generous offer to host the 20th session of the committee in 2025. We affirm our full support to India's chairmanship. We will cooperate with India and all other members of the committee for the success of this session of the committee. Madam Chairperson, on behalf of the delegation of Vietnam, I would like to express our most sincere thanks and gratitude to the state and people of Paraguay for their warmest hospitality. We feel truly honored to experience the cultural and national beauty of Paraguay, a country that can be proud of its rich and incredible heritage. We really enjoyed the opportunity to experience firsthand the rich traditions of Paraguay's arts, music, dance, craft, and cuisine, including the unique sounds of Guarani. We are impressed by Paraguay's commitment to safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, as exemplified by Minister Ortiz's powerful words about protecting the deepest roots of the people. We also would like to applaud you, Madam Chair, the Ambassador Nancy Ovela, for their dedication, hard work, and excellent chairmanship of our session, and also for your beautiful voice. Our thanks also go to ADG Culture, Mr. Ernesto Antone, of the team of the Secretariat of the Convention, especially our solid rock, Ms. Fumiko Ohinata, and the evaluation body for their professionalism, expertise, tireless and amazing efforts to facilitate the work of this session, allowing us to adopt many important decisions by consensus and celebrate together our living heritage. We are extremely happy about new inscriptions this year on different lists, including our Festival of the Goddess of Sam Mountain. We congratulate all states parties that have elements inscribed on the list. We are glad of the improvements in the listing mechanisms and hope this positive trend will continue to prevail in the upcoming sessions. Finally, we would like to thank everyone behind the scenes that contribute to the successful organization of our deliberation. Muchas gracias. Awukhe.
Gracias, Vietnam.
Thank you very much, Vietnam. I'd like to give the floor to the delegation of Bangladesh, Mr. Ambassador Tala. Go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. I shall try to be brief, but I cannot promise, because the hospitality and the warmth of your people cannot be expressed in a few words. But let me begin by thanking His Excellency President Peña Palacios and the First Lady for their inspiring presence amongst us. We further thank all the members of the government of Paraguay, including Madam Minister Adriana Ortiz Samedi, who is with us today as well, whose relentless efforts have made this 20th session, this 19th session, a grand success. We are touched by the beautiful sound of Guarani music, excellent craftsmanship of Guarania, filigrana, wooden handicrafts, laceworks, and many more yet to be explored by us. I'm sure many of us will be struggling to manage with their luggage allowances during their return flights. The sumptuous food of Paraguay, especially wori-wori, and the meat were a treat to our palate. If we can't carry extra luggage in our suitcases, we are definitely carrying some on our body. Madam Chair, allow me to further thank the members of the committee for their responsible interventions and prudent decisions. As I said in our national statement, this is a pilgrimage of cultural enthusiasts, and the 2003 convention will lose its value without them. So Bangladesh wholeheartedly congratulates all those communities whose elements were inscribed, and our sincere thanks to the members of the evaluation body, the cultural activists, NGOs, performers, enthusiasts, volunteers, and everyone who have worked days and nights, including those behind the screen, helping this session make a grand success. Congratulations to all of us. Madam Chair, we are enthused by the increased number of inscriptions from the less represented regions, including Africa, and special focus on climate change in this session. Our gratitude to all members of the Secretariat for their hard work, the leadership of ADG Otone, the hardworking and diligence from Madam Fumiko Rinata's team with a capital T was noticeable and praiseworthy. Madam Chair, before we conclude, we would like to congratulate the delegation of India for hosting the next session and the members of the new Bureau on their election. Last but not the least, I thank Ambassador Nancy Ovalade Gorosliaga, a dear friend, our chairperson, whose prudent leadership from the front played an indispensable role for the success of this session. You have made your beloved Paraguay, our beloved Paraguay, as well, and we shall return with fond memories to cherish forever. Thank you again, Nancy. Thank you, Paraguay. Long live the communities of our shared heritage.
Thank you very much to Bangladesh, dear Ambassador. Slovakia has the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Madam Ambassador had to leave urgently for a moment and she prepared rather personal speech, we would appreciate if you could postpone the speech for a moment. Thank you.
Excelente. Vamos a dar entonces la palabra.
In that case, Nigeria has the floor.
Thank you very much, our dear Nancy. Everything that has a beginning has an end. Today is the end of the 19th session, which you diligently and efficiently hosted. Once again, I would like to thank the government and the people of Paraguay for having been an excellent host to us for very successful 19th session of our committee. We thank you all, also the chair, for the excellent manner in which you conducted this meeting. For the past 6 days, we have experienced the warmth of Asuncion and the very beautiful city and the kind people, the dances, the clothes, the colorful attires and costume. In this meeting room, we have been a parade of diversity of our intangible heritages, reminding us of how our diversity are identical in the spirit of our living heritage, so identical in the pride we take in them, and all happy that we are bringing them as common heritage of humanity. As Nigeria, we are taking home these memories, plus all the good decisions we have taken to advance the work of our convention. We thank also the Secretariat, ADG Otone, Ms. Emiko, the Secretary of the Convention, as well as all the members of the Secretariat, as also the interpreters for their hard work. We thank all members of the committee for our fruitful collaboration that made room for good consensus. Lastly, we want to thank India for offering to host the 20th session of the committee. And we look forward to seeing all of us in India, in New Delhi in 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Mauritania, please.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of an intense, productive week full of joy and cultural diversity that the 2003 convention brings to life each year. And we're very grateful for that. On behalf of Mauritania, I want to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate Paraguay for the successful organization of this 19th session of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Committee. And I want to express my most heartfelt thanks to you, Madam Chair, for your dedication, your sense of responsibility, and the way you conducted our work. This helped us work together in the spirit of consensus and harmony. I also want to thank the Secretariat for the high quality of their reports and the work that they have done to ensure the success of this session. Throughout this session, the committee inscribed elements on the urgent safeguarding list, as well as 61 elements on the representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity, and 3 of which were transferred from the USL to the representative list. The committee also selected 3 programs for the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. Mauritania, therefore, would like to reiterate its congratulations to all states parties whose elements were inscribed on these lists. We are thrilled to have been a part of this immense success, which also brings joy to all bearer communities across the world. And I also want to congratulate the Indian government for its decision to host the 20th session of this committee, and I wish India every success in the organization of this work. Many thanks, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mauritania. Algeria has the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've come to the end of this historic session, which was held over the course of a week in the Republic of Paraguay. And our delegation wants to convey its compliments to the chairperson of this session for her enlightened leadership and the quality of the work that she conducted. In the name of my delegation, I also want to express our deepest gratitude to the Paraguayan people and government for its warm hospitality and the excellent organization of this session, which contributed to our successful deliberations. We particularly commend the presence of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Paraguay, during our session, as well as Her Excellency, the Minister of Culture of Paraguay. Their presence is testament to Paraguay's commitment to UNESCO's ideals and to the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. We would also like to convey our gratitude to the Secretariat of the 2003 Convention for their professionalism and their exemplary dedication, which is deserving of all our admiration. Algeria, as a key stakeholder in the establishment of the 2003 Convention and its promotion at a global level, reaffirms its commitment to this convention, which recognizes intangible cultural heritage as a fundamental pillar of cultural identities, social practices, artistic expressions, and knowledge transmitted from one generation to another. This is a cohesive and universal vision that it promotes. We intend to work towards truly implementing its goals alongside all states, parties and stakeholders. Before I conclude, allow me to warmly congratulate India, which will be hosting the next session, as well as other members of the Bureau on their election. We are very happy and look forward to the next session of the committee in New Delhi in December 2025. Thank you, UNESCO. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you to all delegates.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Algeria. The Dominican Republic, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. friend and Ambassador Nancy Ovela. On behalf of my delegation and on a personal level too, I would like to convey my most heartfelt thanks to the government and the people of Paraguay for the hospitality with which they hosted us over the course of these few days in the beautiful city of Asunción. Your dedication and the organization were key to the successful outcome of this Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. We would also like to convey our thanks to all members of UNESCO's Secretariat, in particular Fumiko and ADG Ernesto Otone, whose professionalism, hard work and commitment ensured that these 7 days of deliberation went efficiently and in the spirit of constructive collaboration. The fact that all logistical and technical details were taken care of was fundamental to ensuring this international cooperation. We would also like to thank all of our colleagues, delegates, observers for their contribution, their thoughtful contributions and spirit of collaboration. Together, we reaffirmed our commitment to safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, which is a living heritage that unites us and enriches us all. The success of this session is testament to the power of dialogue, solidarity, and teamwork for our traditions and shared values. Thank you very much and see you next year in India. Thank you.
Gracias, República.
Thank you to the Dominican Republic. Uganda has the floor.
Ugandan delegation chairperson would like to take this opportunity to appreciate you so much for steering this 19th session very well. Our further would like to extend our regards to UNESCO's Director General, the Assistant Director General, the Secretary of the Convention, and all her staff for the excellent job done for this number of days. I would like to say that when I arrived here on the 1st December 2024, Asunción was very hot and it welcomed me so. However, it looked green and thereafter it cooled down and refreshed my health. For all the days we've enjoyed here, Your Excellency, we've had excellent discussions, we've had excellent evenings with a diversity of music from rubbish. We've had good dances, we've had food, and we've learned even the language of gracias, which we didn't know before. Madam Chair, this 19th session has made many states to learn from each other. We've made networks, we've identified areas of improvement in the implementation of the convention, and we therefore look forward to strengthen the areas of cooperation and call upon the state parties to take note of the mechanisms which were not well represented at this session, such as those of the elements to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices and to the elements in the Urgent Safeguarding list. And I therefore urge all the state parties to take note and take advantage of the upcoming opportunities. Madam Chair, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the new members of the evaluation body and the members of the Bureau who have been accepted to take up the new roles that you will carry. To my colleagues, the committee members, I would like to appreciate you all for the excellent work done and for the discussions that have brought us up to today. And most importantly, I would like to thank India for taking up the mantle to host the new session. I would like to end by reading out the motto of my country, which is for God and my country. Moshe gracious. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Muchas gracias, Uganda.
Thank you very much, Uganda. Slovakia, please.
Thank you very much, dear Madam Chairperson, dear Ambassador, dear Nancy. I wish to express my and my team's gratitude for this colorful musical and culinary journey. In just 1 week, you managed to encompass all the domains of intangible cultural heritage as defined by the Convention and allowed us to cherish them. Your calm voice, which guided us throughout the session, and your heartfelt singing will remain deeply anchored in our hearts. The warm hospitality of the Paraguayan people and your unwavering dedication created an excellent platform for dialogue and cooperation, making this session a true success and safeguarding the living heritage of humanity. We want to also commend once again the excellent work of the Secretariat and the evaluation body, and thank all the committee members for great cooperation. And to my distinguished friend from India, I express my sincere thanks for hosting the next ICH session. And I assure you that starting today, our team is embarking on a year-long diet to ensure we have the capacity to embrace all the cultural experiences you so enthusiastically promised. Muchas gracias. Auye, auye, auye.
Auye, querida Ana.
Thank you so much. I'd like to give the floor now to the delegation of Poland. Mr. Marius, my dear friend, go ahead, please.
Palabra.
Okay. Señora Presidenta, querida.
Chairperson, dear Nancy.
I share a wider sentiment while saying that I do regret that I'm leaving Paraguay. However, I will leave Asunción with a very fond memories of exceptional hospitality and warmth of the Paraguayan people that we all have enjoyed every moment during our stay. I will leave very much enriched by the knowledge of your exceptional cultural diversity, Guarani inscription, congratulations. And I will leave Asunción with the conviction that I'll be back to Paraguay to further explore the warmth of your people. Dear Ambassador, kudos and shout out to the government of Paraguay, to you for your leadership, for all volunteers, people working behind the scenes to make this meeting a successful one. Thank you for all individuals, communities and individuals, because this is a huge celebration of our cultural diversity with different kinds of cuisine and dances, shows, so I have learned a lot. And finally, Madam President, President Peña, and we have all noticed the presence here, President Peña and the first dam, which only demonstrates the utmost importance that Paraguay attaches to the intangible cultural heritage. President Peña has described Paraguay as a hidden gem. And I cannot agree more with President Peña. Yes, Paraguay is the gem, but at least it is not the hidden gem to all of us any longer. Muchas gracias, Awice. And last but not the least, dear Vishal, we look forward very much to going to India, another country with a particular richness of cultures, languages, and I'm pretty sure that India, Mother India, will continue this practice of very successful sessions of Intangible Cultural Heritage Committee. Thank you very much. Awice, muchas gracias.
Auye, Polonia. Quiero ofrecer la palabra.
I'd like to give the floor to Zambia, please.
Madam Chairperson, the Zambia delegation would like to extend its heartfelt gratitude to you, Madam Chairperson, for your exceptional leadership during the 19th session of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. Your dedication and expertise in guiding the discussions made a significant impact on the outcomes of the session. We appreciate the way you facilitated the session and beautiful Paraguayan songs you sang for us. We are truly grateful. Zambia is particularly grateful for your commitment to promoting the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage, which is vital to our identity and cultural diversity. The insights shared during the session have inspired us to strengthen our efforts in preserving our rich cultural traditions for future generations. We wish to point out the fact that this is a special session, Madam Chairperson, for us because it has helped Zambians addition to the elements of on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. This listing will encourage other Zambian communities to safeguard their heritage even more. Madam Chairperson, we wish to congratulate all those who have been elected to both the evaluation body and the Bureau responsible for this 20th session of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. It is in the same light that we thank India for offering to host the 20th session of this committee. We look forward to meeting again in New Delhi, India, and experience the rich heritage of the Asian people. We look forward to continuing our collaboration and supporting the initiatives discussed during the session. Thank you once more for your outstanding leadership and dedication to the cause of intangible cultural heritage. Finally, Madam Chairperson, we wish to thank the Secretariat and particularly Ms. Fumiko on the exemplary work and all the technical team for excellent work. We are very thankful.
Muchas gracias, Zambia.
Thank you very much to Zambia. I'd like to give the floor now to the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. We extend our profound gratitude to you and to the government of Paraguay for your gracious hospitality and wonderful atmosphere for our work. We also thank esteemed committee members for their collaboration and the Secretariat and the evaluation body for their tremendous efforts. We extend our appreciation to Mr. ADG Atone and Madam Secretary Ms.
Azule, ADG Azule, ADG Culture Mr. Ernesto Otone Ramirez, Secretary of the 2003 Convention Ms. Fumiko Ohinata for their hard work. We thank the evaluation body, the members of the ICH UNESCO Secretariat, the interpreters, officials of the government of Paraguay. Last but not the least, we thank the chair, Her Excellency Ms. Nancy Olivar de Gorostiaga. As our session approaches its end, we celebrate Paraguay's leadership in hosting the 19th UNESCO ICH session. Paraguay hosting this session marks a significant milestone. As a country rich in diverse traditions, languages, and expressions, such as the unique heritage of the Guarani culture, Paraguay is a fitting host for this critical platform. By welcoming delegates so warmly, experts and cultural practitioners from around the world, Paraguay provided an invaluable opportunity for nations to share experiences, strengthen collaborative frameworks, and ensure that intangible heritage remains a living and evolving part of global society. This session also highlights Paraguay's growing influence on the global stage as a steward of cultural preservation. The world joins in celebrating Paraguay's efforts to champion humanity's shared heritage, affirming that cultural diversity is not only a treasure of the past, but a beacon for the future. I thank the NGOs, academia, and members of the media present. I thank all my colleagues who have said kind words for India. Lastly, I would like to recite a beautiful poetry for Paraguay made in this very session by my colleague from the Ministry of Culture. To Paraguay, a heartfelt cheer for hosting the 19th COM this year. With grace and wisdom, you steered the way, a celebration of culture in grand display. Sessions enriched with dialogue profound, where arts and heritage beautifully abound. Multinational inscriptions on the rise, a testament to bonds that arise. Chairperson, with a voice of grace, your music brought warmth to every space. Guiding with wisdom, melody, and care, you made this gathering beyond compare. For fostering heritage and global unity, we thank you, Paraguay, champions of cultural continuity. Thank you.
Gracias, gracias, Excellencia.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I'd like to give the floor to Ukraine.
Muchas gracias, Señora Presidenta. Dear Madam Chair, distinguida Señora Presidenta, Excellencies, dear colleagues, on behalf of the delegation of Ukraine, we would like to extend our profound and heartfelt gratitude to you, Madam Chair, to the President of Paraguay and the government of Paraguay, people of Paraguay, for the great and successful, very warm organization and conduct of the 90th session of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. Paraguay has a rich and beautiful intangible cultural heritage, great culture, music, dances, beautiful languages, Spanish and Guarani. We will keep in our hearts the hospitality and warmth of hearts of the people of Paraguay. And we'd like to thank very much Director General Audrey Azoulay, ADG Otone, Ms. Fumiko, the evaluation body, and all those who contributed to successful organization conduct of the committee. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Paraguay will be back.
Gracias, Ucrania.
Thank you, Ukraine. We've got the Minister of Culture of Paraguay with us here, who's been in charge of, together with their team, of all that's been done here to make sure that all of you have been able to really enjoy our heritage. Together with us, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Adriana Ortiz, the Minister of Culture of Paraguay, who's got the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you. Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, dear participants, representatives of the team at UNESCO. Today we are closing the 19th session of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. This experience for Paraguay has been incredibly enriching and highly rewarding. Over these 6 days, we have had the privilege of hosting you on our land with its people, the cultural diversity, all of which we were able to share with you. It was an honor to host this gathering, which unites nations with a common goal, that is to protect and to celebrate the expressions that give an identity to all our nations. In Paraguay, hospitality is not only a tradition, it is actually an integral part of who we are as Paraguayans. And we hope that we were able to convey that openness and that culture of hospitality, as well as our vibrant culture, our languages, values and traditions. This space for dialogue, collaboration and mutual learning, each statement Each discussion, each performance reminds us of the importance of preserving our intangible cultural heritage, that living heritage which connects us to our past and is a bridge to the future of all of our identities. And I would like to thank my deepest thanks to all of you who have traveled from different parts of the world in order to contribute to this noble goal. This goal inspires us to continue to work for the safeguarding of the living heritage of all countries across the world. Finally, I would like to invite you to remember the spirit, the flavors, and the culture of Paraguay. I hope that this has left you with fond memories and the desire to come back soon. And so we'll see you very soon, in the hope that this will be only one experience amongst many that unite us in the preservation of intangible cultural heritage, because culture is what makes us so unique and so deeply human. Thank you for all of this. Safe travels, and as we say in Guarani, Diayoto pasta in India, which is see you in India. Thank you, and you're always welcome here.
Gracias, ministra.
Thank you, Madam Minister.
Ara daurere saraimo aiba araka ebe. Penendive haorere Taiwan nive ore guarania obeve arapure. Pe oremba ente baekwe anga penemba eja opava bemba eabei. Orere taja ore corazón penemba e. Aguille. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for having been with us over these days that we will never forget. With all of you, our Guarania has ascended to the skies, and all of this belongs to all of humanity. Our nation, our hearts belong to you. Truly, it was a pleasure to work with each and every one of you. On behalf of the government of Paraguay, of President Peña, of the First Lady, Ms. Leticia Ocampos, I wanted to reiterate how happy we were to have you here in our country and in the beautiful city of Asunción. I hope that you've had a chance to explore and enjoy the city and its surroundings, and that you'll return home with memories of our meeting in Asunción. And with this, I formally declare the 19th meeting of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage closed. Long live ICH, long live Paraguay, and long live all of you.
Podemos hacer una foto de...
We're going to take a group photo with as many people as we can. And so with as many people as we can who contributed to the success of this meeting. Thank you. And the Vice Minister of Spain tells me that I can't leave without singing once again.
¿Sí? A ti, bella Asunción, yo te distingo, vibrando toda mi alma de emoción. Yo soy dulce Asunción, igual que un hijo que quiere darte un beso en su canción. Es grande Paraguay, mi gran cariño, Conozco de tu gente su bondad. Son buenos, consecuentes como amigos. Por eso yo los quiero de verdad. Quiero que me ayuden a...
Help me here.
Ay, capital de mis amores, tus naranjos y tus flores, los recuerdos sin igual, Paraguay de mi querer. En mis días de rabundo que corría por el mundo, yo de ti me enamoré. Ahí está.